wanted.
Dance, move, shake, body, dance, move.
In the year 1974,
Okay, all right, here we go.
message from all the races. The faces, y'all see around from different places. Now it's time to realize we all need common graces from each other. Stop the killing of one another. Cause of the fight, we gotta unite. Why you live your life undercover? Discover the pleasure of loving one another. No matter what you do or what you see, for tough and under. Now is the time to get down with the big. Once it might run, I did what's wrong. Happiness is what you give if you fit it, if you can. And try to understand. Cause it takes you and me to make this world go round. We gotta hold on. And be strong. And do what we can to make it roll. Yeah, it's the plantation boys. Now and always, brothers will be dropping upon you know.
Plantation boys, keep following your dreams. Reach for the stars and make it all yours. The plantation boys know nothing comes easy. It's that the truth shine and nothing die at all.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen it on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while a problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú àgolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another segment of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being part of this. Welcome, guys. You know how we do this. I can see my lovely people already here. Let me just start by saying today's episode was actually meant to be for a guest. It was meant to be for a guest that's going to talk about his experience as a survivor of Asaba massacre, right? But this is an old man, lot of things into consideration before bringing up people to speak on their personal views. I need to respect emotions, time, privacy, and their personal reasoning before coming on my podcast. So it's a segment I'm looking forward to. It's going to be a beautiful one, and it's been moved to next week Friday. That's the 1st of January, the last day of the month, the last Friday of the month. So we're going to do that definitely. There's not going to be problem regarding that. So I just thought I should put that out there. So I put a lot of planning into my podcast before bringing people on, for obviously good outing and good production. So, but the thing is, switching from one guest to another is a little bit difficult. So, and part of the podcast includes segments like this, like what we're about to do today. It's a different ballgame entirely. It's probably the first of its kind on maybe Twitter space, but yeah, I want it to be something different from the conventional one, bringing guests to speak about their audios. This time around, we're going to be having different people, matured minds, experienced people, having a conversation. It's more like a round table kind of discussion. So the fun part is this. We don't have a topic. Nah, we don't have a topic. But interested parties are welcome. You come on the speaker section. By the way, I'm streaming both on Twitter and TikTok simultaneously. So people can see me on Twitter, they can see me on TikTok as well. So you can come up as a speaker, and you get to pick. You pick a number. I've got 18 numbers here, and each numbers represents a topic. The topic you pick is what you talk about. People might have one or two cents regarding that. They can weigh in. We have timing for that. But yeah, you don't know the topic until you pick one. So different topic and different perspective. So the fun part is for me to be able to launch on anything that comes my way. Anything, I don't care. Whatever the topic is, you must have an experience or someone that has experience or a little bit of whatever it is you know about that. That is what we're going to be talking about. And the topic are specifically designed to be controversial, engaging, fun to dive in, and to some extent, yeah, it might be emotional for some people, but yeah, we're here to talk about it. I can see the big people here. I can see my loyal fans. I see you, Otumba. Welcome, my brother. You're not available, but you made sure you're available on the podcast. Thanks so much. I so much appreciate you. Omowumi, I see you. And my number one fan. She's here before everyone. My wife. A lot of people are wondering, where is this? Where is that woman? Where is that woman? Yeah, she's always here to support me. And she's here watching, listening, and supporting her husband. Thanks for that, babe. So, obviously my kids are not around. Otherwise, you would have been hearing off the cuff with daddy. That's their mantra now in the house. Anytime I'm in the office, off the cuff with daddy, they come and they just scream at the mic. Off the cuff with daddy, it's a beautiful sight. But welcome, guys. Welcome. It's another segment of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. You know what it is. You know how we do it. It is a weekly dose of unscripted, good, bad, and ugly conversation we have within ourselves as real human beings. And the purpose is just for uplifting moral, mental, spiritual bonding, and support ourselves. And the whole point is to use someone else's experience to for our own betterment and to improve in our lives. Where you think you have issues, someone has actually been through that, they've scaled through that, and it was nothing for them. So you can share from people's experiences or past experiences to better yours in a better way. So we've done couple of episodes, interesting ones. The last one we had was with our brother here, Tommy, in Canada, and it was mind blowing. I got a lot of feedbacks from that, and people had positive things to say about that, and how emotional it was for them, and how encouraging it was for them. So but today we don't have any guests. We are our guests, and we're going to be going through a different terrain today. It's going to be fun. It's absolutely going to be fun. So I'm looking forward to engaging every single of our special guests today, so we can have this dialogue. I saw Otumba not too long ago. I think he dropped. Definitely going to be back. I'm going to be waiting for that. So guys, let's dive into the unexpected, unscripted, unfiltered conversation today. And the point is, no one knows what they're going to be talking about, and that's the whole point of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. You know, we just bring it out raw, the way it is, unexpected, and we just jump right, straight into it. But you know how we always do this every Friday. So the intro music, the welcoming intro, and by the way, it's snowing today in Chicago. Morning, TK, my sister, I see you. It's snowing today, and I rushed in. I had to take off my jacket while seated here. So the weather is actually 2 degrees, but feels like -8. Feels like -8. So it is cold. It is cold, and it's freezing out there. You need to protect yourself. Gloves on, head warmer on. Otherwise, it's biting out there. It is. It's crazy. But yeah, Florida to seeing a bit of snow, which was unexpected, quite strange. But yeah, I was gonna compare Florida to what we're going on here in Chicago. A couple of days, weeks back, it was burning. Florida was on fire. I wish we could swap. I was reaching out to Tudo and say, "Am I people in Florida? Is it possible for us to switch so we can just enjoy that exchange of weather just a little bit, and we'll go back to our normal ways." But yeah, my heart goes to every single one that lost people, lost properties in the fire going on right now. I think it's been contained, if not majority of it has been contained, but we see how it goes in the next couple of days. Thanks guys for joining once again. Let me acknowledge my lovely listeners. I've got Shade here, I've got Sini, I've got Dr. Mustafa, I've got Tai Lulu, I've got Chidere, a couple of people in the listener section. I don't know what's going on with the Twitter page. It keeps flinching. On TikTok, I've got TK, I've got Phoenix, I've got Omomi, I've got Fatai, I've got Otumba, Astasia, and Sold by Samuel. Thanks guys, thanks. And by the way, thanks guys for the I don't know what it is, but I'm seeing badge, I'm seeing flowers and all. And by the way, was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I just saw an alert from TikTok. TikTok sent me, was it $18? I was like, wow, $18, just like that. So apparently it's due to the, I think the likes, the badges people are giving me. So the accumulation within the past 2 spaces I had, $18. That was shocking. I wasn't expecting that, but thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate your love. I really appreciate the gesture. Thanks for that. So before we jump right into today's interesting um, engagement, I want to have my Otumba. Okay, I can see. Right. I want to quickly have my um, I want to have my inspirational talk that I normally do every Friday, but this time around, I want to talk about heartbreak, and I'm going to speak real quick about this. It's something that crossed my mind a couple of times, and I just thought, okay, let me just speak about it. So, heartbreaks. Um, it comes in different ways. We have the emotional one, we have the one for disappointment, but it has phases. It had phases of um, going through heartbreak, and from the little findings I did based on my own personal experience. Oh, Chudo is saying he cannot hear anything. How come? No, that's not good. All right, so I totally forgot. Guys on Twitter, can you hear me?
I could not when I was there too.
You
You can't
couldn't
hear.
hear me on Twitter.
Yeah, that's why I came here. Yeah.
Oh my
I
goodness.
don't know if you have to restart that or.
All right, yes, 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 yes. Now that I was wondering what was going on. Ooh, I can't. I was. Oh, okay. People cannot hear me. All right, that's a shame. All right, so my goodness. Ooh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix this real quick. I think it's because of the video. If you mind your mini matters. Matters. Stop now. Yeah, I was wondering. People were leaving. I wasn't sure what was going on. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. All right. I just created another one on Twitter now. Can you guys hear me now? Guys, please check if you can hear me. All right. Can you guys hear me now? Fatai, can you guys hear me now? Okay, 100. Oh boy. Man. All right, guys can hear me now. That's better. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't know that was going on. I didn't realize that. And normally I ask if the people can hear me when I join. So yeah, I think that was what happened. Maybe it was the video, probably an update I need to look into. Wow. So I've just been speaking to only the people on TikTok. All right. Please let me just share this so people can come back. That is disappointing. Oh, wow. Okay. right, so we can retweet it. We can retweet that. Sorry. All right, guys. On Twitter, can you guys still hear me now? You can still hear me, right? I just need a confirmation. 100 if you can hear me, guys. Twitter, guys, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just show me 100, please. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, people can hear me on Twitter. All right, great, great. I'm trying to let other people come in. So as I was saying, I was actually talking about marriage. Sorry, I was talking about heartbreak. I mentioned marriage because it's next one I'm going to be talking about next week. So, all right, Dr. Ho, can you hear me now? Dr. Ho just joined. 100 if you can hear me. Beautiful. All right, I just confirmed that. Dr. Ho can hear me. All right, October 2 is back here. Beautiful. All right, welcome, guys. Welcome, guys. Welcome, 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 welcome. Guys can hear me now. Beautiful. All right, we're back on track. All right, so I was speaking about heartbreak, and I wrote down some point here regarding that. I've been through one too myself. It was an emotional one, but it was I don't know how to explain it. It was painful. It's almost as if your heart was stabbed with something, and it was the way it happened, right? And just with one of my exes. But the point is, it requires you to actually go through that process. I don't want to say everyone that I've actually loved probably went through heartbreak. I don't want to say that. Some people just have the luck of hitting it the first time and there was no heartbreak. But majorly, people that have been into a couple of relationships went through heartbreak one way or the other, and not necessarily relationship per se with your maybe exes or any intimate relationship. It could be with people you love. It could be family members. But the point is, the heart literally breaks. Okay, and when that happens, it's almost as if everything within your world has disappeared. It's almost as if there is no point you living. You're worthless, being alive. That's the way it seems, right? And at that point in time, I found strength in moving on. Like, you have the pulling back of remembering the good times you guys had together and all that, but at the same time, you keep thinking in your mind, you can never find someone like that person. And at the same time, the person you keep thinking you can never find someone that will be like them is the one that put you in that position at that moment. Heartbreak. It is an unexplainable experience that you can't wish someone to go through it to understand it, but the only way you can explain it is to let them know it is hurtful, it is painful, but you have to go through it. A lot of people, out of heartbreaks from their spouses or maybe girlfriends or whatever, a lot of people don't handle it well. I know a couple of people that, because they are heartbroken, they're looking for a way to get over it, And because of that, they jumped into another relationship, right? They quickly jumped into another, probably another lady has been, hitting on them for a long time. They just thought, oh, this is the best opportunity to just show this girl that I'm hot. You don't want me. You're the one at loss. Someone else needs me. That kind of a reaction, and you want to portray to them that the person that left is the loser, right? And out of trying to seek comfort or to spite someone, you get into another relationship that's going to hurt you more. And that eventually happened to the person I'm talking about. The person got into another relationship to get over a previous heartbreak, and it was disastrous. It was disastrous. You jumped into a relationship just because you want to get over an heartbreak, and the person you're with, you're not compatible in any way. Sexually, morally, socially, name it, you're not compatible. Simply because they've been hitting on you, you have them on your radar. You just want to show the person that broke your heart that, I'm hot. You're people are dying to be with me. You're the one at loss. You missed out, and eventually it backfires. It backfires terribly. It ends up in people getting married to people they're not meant to get married to, and it get worse because when they have a little misunderstanding, the truth comes out. It pops out one way or the other. They'll be like, I didn't really like you. I just got back with you just to get over someone. It happens, and then you're breaking more than someone else's heart. You're breaking someone's life, and before you know it, it's a mess. And when you break someone's heart, the way people handle it is quite different. Okay, some people have the composure of being man enough to just take it in, cry about it, and just let it go, right? Forget about it, move on. Not everybody has a capacity. People can actually go back and just unlife the people that breaks their heart. We have crazy relationships like that. But the point of my message today is to let you know there are processes on how to go over these things, and there are phases you need to go through as human beings. You need to nurse that pain. You need to let it heal, nurse that pain. If you want to cuss out personally in a room, if you want to break things, break it, go ahead. If you want to have a doll representing the person, you do whatever you want to do to that. Put out that anger in a way it won't get back at you or get back or hurt someone else. Because someone else that might be coming for you with the genuine true love might be hurt. You've already built a fence due to what happened to you, due to your own heartbreak, and you're gonna miss the people that actually love you genuinely. And that's the fact. Which reminds me of the song, what's it called? Was it Usher? Yeah, I think it was Usher. His Mistakes. That was exactly what the song was all about. And the song was actually talking about the fact that why do you blame me for someone else's mistake? I mean, you even blame me before I do it. You blame me for a crime I didn't do, I'm about to do, or you think I'm gonna do, but I have not actually done it. This is based on the fact that the woman has been heartbroken so much that everything she wants to experience with someone else, she preempts what is gonna happen. And that might not be the case. The person might just be genuinely ready to love her, but she's got this fence around her. She's let her guard up. She doesn't want to let go of that heartbreak, and she's trying not to get heartbroken again, right? But at that point, she is also trying to discourage people that truly love them. So we need to go through the phase of heartbreak in a way whereby it has to happen naturally, and that way you prepare yourself for someone else that will be coming, and it will happen naturally. All you need to do is just go through the journey of resilience and growth. When you're done with that, you go through, you know you're not alone. A lot of people have been through that. A lot of people have actually been through what you're going through and they scaled through, right? And they did not actually jump on someone else just to get over their relationship or to get over what broke their heart. But you need to know you're not alone, and you need to understand the power of pain. You need to let that sink in. These are the process that I actually went through. I went through that pain. I went through the pain of heartbreak. It was disastrous. Some other day I will get time to talk about this. Thanks guys for joining. I can see people on Twitter now. I'm glad you guys can hear me clearly and people can see me on TikTok. Integrity, thanks for being here. Grandmaster, thanks for joining. Dr. O, Fatai, Tudo, Shade, Incoming Virus, Dan, Sotibo, Dreams, Tai Lulu, Tulip, Peaceful. I see every single one of you. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being part of this. So again, I'm sorry for today's episode. The man that's actually meant to come is an old man, and I respect that. And he's meant to come and talk about his love. He's meant to come here to talk about what he experienced during the Biafran War, and it is particularly about the Asaba massacre, right? What happened there? He saw his father, he saw his family gone down right in front of him. So dealing with a 70-year-old man or over 70-year-old man takes a lot of understanding, time. I need to respect his privacy, emotions, and everything. So he needed time to put himself together before he has the courage to come. And they're not tech savvy, so I had to come up with ways to have him come on this podcast so he can speak to the people. Because what I've come to understand is it was a genocide, it was a massacre, right? Regardless the politics going on. And I know the politics going on and now is preventing some people to coming out to talk. But then again, a lot of these people are going to their graves with these sad stories. A record needs to be held. We need to have facts. People need to speak out to let us know these things before they go to their graves. People that actually experience it firsthand. And that was the man I was actually meant to come for today's episode, but due to understandable circumstances, I truly apologize, but it's definitely going to be happening next week, Friday, 31st of January, the last day of January, the last Friday of the month. So I guarantee you that. But today, we're just going to be diving into a roundtable conversation with matured minds. I have Integrity here in the speaker section. Odogo is going to be coming up in a minute. Tudo, Dr. O, and whoever is interested. I've got 17 topics. I've got 17 topics here, right here. You pick a number. Nobody knows the topic. Even I don't know the topic. I asked someone to write up the topics for me. They folded it. And to be honest, for transparency's sake, I don't know the topics in every single one of this. All right, I don't know the topics. So the whole idea is someone picks a number and I'll read out the topic. I'll show to people on TikTok. You can say it. I'll read out the topic and you talk about it. You talk about that topic. You address it in your own way, the way you understand it. And others, if they want to chime in, they can do that. And from there, we move to another topic. Someone else is going to pick another topic. It's going to be happening once in a blue moon on my podcast. But my podcast is all about bringing people to share their, good, bad, ugly ordeals. This is meant to be the 6th episode, and it's just the beginning. I love the fact that it's impactful, and I've been getting serious feedbacks from that. So thank you, guys. You have the option of being elsewhere, but you've decided to be here with me. Thank you, and I'm definitely certain we're going to have a great time today. So let me wrap up with the whole heartbreak thing. So, the power of pain is severe. You need to respect that, and you need to let that pain actually happen naturally. And after that, you need to start rebuilding your world. You need to start rebuilding. You need to start reflecting on what led to that first disappointment, that first heartbreak. You need to have a little bit of reflection and know where you did wrong, not just putting the blame on the other person because they broke your heart. You don't know if you broke their heart or how many times you've broken their heart before they now decided to do the same to you. So you need to sit down and do a lot of reflections. And after that, you need to embrace the change. right? You need to embrace the fact that, you know what, I need to change my strategy towards relationship. I need to change, prevent what happened the last time from happening again. You need to set a new rules, and you need to abide by those rules. And that is what's going to actually move you forward. That is what is going to make you feel or have the reason to go into another relationship or give another person a chance. And when you do that, you'll be able to love again, but in a different way, which is the whole point of you nursing that pain. Otherwise, I know people that a single heartbreak has turned them into a monster, and all they want to do is just, you know what, I'm going to deal with every single woman that comes my way. But guess what? One out of those women actually have a genuine love for you. But because of what you've done to them, they too will have that vendetta mission of dealing with every single man that comes their way. And it's just going to be a loop, merry-go-round. And people start hurting people all over again. It keeps happening. It keeps happening in circle. But you can break that jinx. It's up to you to stand your ground and be like, you know what? I'm not going to pass this hurt on someone else. And that will be it for my motivational talk for today. So I welcome you all. Normally, people that are used to my show, they know I have a song request for people that are interested in having song request, and someone has actually sent me a song request before even mentioning it, and it's always between 1 minute to 5 minutes. So I think we can do that as time goes on. We can use it as a form of short break. It's about 2 minute song, and sung by is it Chim Bright or something? Yeah, I got the song ready, but we'll jump into that. So Integrity, welcome my lovely sister. Thanks for joining. Nice to have you around. And thanks for being available to be part of this. These guys, they never knew I'll be having this today. But one thing my podcast is going to do is persistent, and making sure that people look forward to my podcast every single Friday as time goes on. So regardless if my guests are going to come or not, there will definitely be something people can actually look forward to on my podcast. So let's just dive into it straight away without wasting any time. Integrity, welcome. As I said, I've got 18 questions. I've got 18 topics rather. So 1 to 18, people can pick any number, and the number you pick, I'll read out the topic there. I'll show it to people on TikTok. You can see it. I can take a picture of that and just probably put it on Twitter for people to see. And the topic is what people are going to speak about. Whoever picks that question or the topic is going to speak about it. I'll give them reasonable time to speak about it. It's going to be based on their own personal knowledge about that topic, or people close to them, or whatever it is they know about that, and we understand from their view. If you're interested, we have certain people that will be coming up, but if you're interested, you can request for the mic. We've got 18 questions. We have all the people that will be looking forward to us asking questions. I have 2 people ready on TikTok, Otumba and Odogu. I have them ready. Otumba came first, Integrity came second, and Odogu came third. So in that manner, I'd like us to go according to the people that came. Otumba, welcome, my brother. How you doing today? I was shocked where you are right now. I wasn't even thinking.
In Colombia? Oh,
Yeah, you just come this life, don't you? How is Colombia?
yeah. So I mean, it's not about. Well, there's something. Am I very audible? Just to be
Oh
sure.
yeah, yes you are.
Yeah.
Let me confirm. Right. People on Twitter, can you hear Otumba coherently? Can you hear him loud and clear? Crystal,
Okay, you guys
100.
hear?
If you can hear him, please just show me 100 if you can hear Otumba loud and clear.
Yes, I probably let me speak. So yes, I took a trip.
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Yeah, it's part vacation, part medical work. It's actually cheaper to do medical work in Colombia. Yeah, so and it's a beautiful
Really?
country. Yeah, it is. It is, and it's a beautiful country. So um, where I am is not really a tourist area.
Okay.
If anyone's familiar with I know a lot of us, our experience with Colombia is through narcos.
Of course, of course.
So, you know, something with Colombia. I mean, Cali, which is famous for Cali Cartel, which I technically don't like Cali Cartel because they were the ones that helped the national police track down Pablo Escobar, which is weird that I actually like Pablo Escobar, even though he's a dangerous, evil man. But that's a conversation for
Another
another
day.
day. Why we're attracted, we're always attracted to people like him, like Agent Orange in the White House. There's a reason why people like people like that. No, there is.
You get telling
You know, self-reflection is like, you know, you talk about this guy so evil, and yeah, you know, there are leaders that we like, or there are people that we like in history, or not, I won't say like, there are people that we admire is a strong word. That we don't like Pablo Escobar. I don't, even though I know he's an evil bastard, I don't see him as an evil, even though I know he's an evil person, he was an evil person. I don't see him as, maybe the way the movie portrayed him. He's almost coming like, I kind of wish he wasn't caught. It's weird. It's a weird. It's a, so, yeah. So, you want me to pick it? I wanted to rant yesterday,
yeah,
but
so
then I bought a book, and I started reading the book. It's Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. Anyone that follows Mel Robbins, she's one of the early TED Talks ladies. She has, I think yesterday she had, this is the second most popular podcast on Spotify in the world. Mel Robbins. So she has a book. She wrote the 5 second rule. She has a new book called Let Them Theory. So, and unfortunately, in between reading the book yesterday and talking to you, I have a change of heart. Our ranting. So okay, I'll still talk about some things, but yes. So do I pick a number? How does this work? Yeah.
um yeah.
I wanted to rant, but I can't rant today. I can't rant.
All right. So what I'm trying to do, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking at the same time. I just saw your message now. I don't think I can join via TikTok. Oh, okay.
Oh, that was earlier. That was earlier. I was trying to. That was earlier. I was trying to figure out a way to. I was trying to join from my laptop because I
Oh,
didn't want interaction from my phone. But then I forgot that it has to be the app. I forgot that Apple removed the app from the Apple Store, which is another conversation for TikTok where, you know, someone is claiming credit for restoring TikTok. What when all they did was move TikTok to Meta
yeah,
service. It
yeah.
was like it's so it was
That's
moved back to TikTok.
that's a topic for another day.
Yeah, it
Um,
was just
did,
migrating TikTok to Meta service.
did you check the Twitter message? I think I replied, but I didn't get the response.
Oh, I haven't checked it yet. I haven't checked it yet.
Oh, okay.
Let me check it. Let me see. But yeah, no. So I can't join from my. Pick one. Okay, number one. Yeah, let's go number one. Let me. I'll go number
So
one.
you just need to pick one number, and I will take it from there.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll go number six. Yeah,
Okay, number
like
six.
the line number. I love number six.
All right. So number six for people on TikTok. Number six. So number six says, huh, interesting. All right. It says, what do you think about overcoming stigma, redefining the single mom narrative?
Oh, uh, I don't think I'm experienced to
You
talk
know,
about the second
they
part.
have this stigma with single mom. I actually experienced one recently. I was on a space and someone was actually, I mean, spaces we have these days, you're meant to argue based on facts and figures. And I heard someone attacking a woman simply because she's probably a single mom. It was like, you are a single mom, that you are a failed mother, you're a failed wife or something like that. And it's almost as if it's a way of stigmatizing women now. Like the highest way they can attack women now is calling them harlots and you know, and
Yeah,
this.
I think I can speak. Okay, so I don't have experience. I'm not a mom or I'm a dad, and I've never been a single dad. Even though my first child was born, even when I was separated. So, but I've never really lived as a single. But I do know, and you know, there's a lot of the conversations I've been a part of, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's among Nigerians or even non-Nigerians, just generally. There's this view of single parent households and um, I look at it more from a side of empathy and context. People typically don't even want to hear the context that made the woman a single mom. The default reaction is always to, oh, why are you a single mom? Or to, based on their very limited or lazy understanding, just rush to conclude it must be a fault. There's something wrong with her. Our life is done. People just place, there's a stigma. You want to date this lady, you want to be with this woman. Oh, she has kids. That's a turnoff.
Yeah,
Without
it
even,
affects them even if when they
yes,
want to
yes, have that conversation.
marry or something. Yeah,
Yes. And or in my head, I always assume they automatically think it's a fault for being a single mom without even probing or having an open mind to actually investigate.
right.
And I think it's some of it is based on how we were raised and how our religious backgrounds, where it's anything outside the norm of a man and a woman
Hmm.
feels like abnormal. A lot of us were fortunate to be raised in parent household, whether your dad had just your mom or had multiple wives. So we've always felt like, when in reality, some of your mothers had choices, they'll be single mothers, but that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head. So you mentioned religion, and we had a conversation in the background before I scheduled this space. So for the benefit of people listening, let me add to your question. All right. So what are your views about religion role in politics based on a reference of 80 to 20%. So you focus more on the 80% of religion and 20% on politics. I don't like talking about politics on my podcast, but I mean, for the benefit of the ongoing issues, because I want to use the ongoing issues
Oh, for
right
example,
now.
the reverend that spoke, they talked about mercy and,
Oh, you mean
for example,
the
yeah,
bishop
the
that
bishop, the rag bishop, yeah, the lady that spoke about mercy. And I read what Field Marshall wrote, and um, it's sad, but it's expected that we are where we're at. And let me preface by saying, yes, I'm a Democrat, so don't. I can't stand Agent Orange in the White House, so I have a bias. I'm not gonna hide it. I'm not going to. I want Kamala to win.
Agent Orange.
Yeah, that's what I call it. I don't hide it, so I'm biased. I'm not. There's nothing. But at the same time, I, one thing I do try to do is try to self-reflect and try to think objectively as I can. So I went back and listened to her. I just went back and listened to what she said,
The
and
bishop, right?
huh? The bishop. Yeah, I listened to it and then I read a text. Like I wanted to be. I didn't want to see the face because I was like, I watched it at first. My bias jumps out like, oh, it's Trump. There's nothing she that lady could have said that would have been okay with him. But then I went and read the transcript of what she said without seeing the players. And just one thing I did was,
Without knowing if
yes,
knowing if she was black or white.
yes, not black or white or who she was talking to.
Okay, all right.
And so just read the text of what she said. Remove all the LGBTQ and just put them as marginalized people. Just remove the LGBTQ there, remove who she was talking to, and remove her perspective. Just listen to what she said. What she basically asking was for mercy. She didn't say let them go scot free. She didn't say don't let them face justice. She didn't say don't do your duty. She was asking for mercy and empathy, which I don't like getting into religious talk, but to me, this it describes what I call they are followers of Paul and they are followers of Jesus. Yeah, where our message and what she said, I can literally go to the words of Jesus in red. That's why one of the versions of the Bible I love is King James versions where they highlight the words of Jesus, the so-called words Jesus spoke in red. And you can literally draw inference from what she said and some things Jesus said. You know, first the thing that jumps to my mind is one of our, the Beatitudes. The Matthew 5, and one of them is Matthew 5:7 that talks about blessed are the merciful, and then it keeps going down. And I paused and I was like, wait a minute. Um, when Jesus was talking to those people, and when he said he came for the poor, he came for this, he came for those that have not heard him. Among them, I'm pretty sure they were. gays and lesbians in that crowd, because gay and lesbian is not something new. It's been from the beginning of time. I'm pretty sure there were thieves in that crowd. I'm pretty sure there were murderers. I'm pretty sure there were poor people. There were rich. I'm pretty sure that gathering was a cross section of so many different characters. And then he was teaching about mercy, and he was teaching about love and compassion, and talking about how those he came for was for these people. And you go out, you look at the three people he went to visit. Zacchaeus, a wealthy, corrupt individual that worked for the government.
Yeah.
Mary Magdalene, I think she was a prostitute. And the woman by the Samaritan woman by the well also. So there you can see Jesus, the way he lived his life and the way he talked, and the people he actually was close to, or the people he was around that he sort of mingled with, were the same kind of people the bishop was asking for mercy for. It's because he even talked about his constitutional duty. And I'm like, at what point do we as humans get to a point where we can just look at a group of people that are not, which people will argue, but, like they're not necessarily killing anybody, or they're not, whatever thing they're doing is not necessarily affecting, and just demonize people to where we don't see them as humans anymore, regardless of how, what they're doing, or who they choose to sleep with, or whatever it is, regardless of how religious. At what point do we just stop looking at humans? Like, and for that message, people were saying it was the wrong place it was the wrong place, it was the wrong time. And I'm like,
Where else?
what? You came to a cathedral. That is a responsibility to say that.
He's doing
She
it
as
now.
a clergy, she didn't say, and I'm like, it's not like she said, just wipe them clean, don't do anything. It says mercy.
She
And
wasn't
what
even
is,
demanding, she was pleading.
yes, and what is mercy? Like, you're asking for mercy. Even in court in Nigeria, one of the famous quotes in the Nigerian movies about our court system is temper justice with mercy, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, when did mercy become this very lightning rod that? But then I'm like, you know what? It's because we on both sides, and whichever side of you fall on, over the last maybe 7-8 years, we've been forced to demonize, because we do the both sides. We demonize, and I'm not trying to both sides, but yeah, we do it. We demonize. We take people to extreme. We don't leave room for any sort of compromise or any sort of empathy. There's not. Now, if those people were terrorists that were beheading people, I don't. There's a clear, even at that stage, there's still a level of what would Jesus do in that situation. Which it's funny how Christians. When I used to grow, I remember growing up with people like one of the first things to push his head was, "What would Jesus do?" And it's like,
Like, I'm not Jesus.
the same Jesus on the cross looked at the two thieves that were hung on his side. And this last act as human, dying on the cross, was to get one into paradise. Because the way that one, even though they were thieves and murderers, they were nailed, they had already gotten judgment.
Of course.
And the last act he did was still act of forgiveness and mercy for one, because that one asked for it. And I'm like, how did we get so broken? How did we get here? How did we become so tribal in that? And the funny thing is I think that's one of the bad parts of social media. The way that I love it is because I've always thought about this. If you were sitting across an illegal immigrant that escaped, whether it's the issues in Nicaragua or Guatemala, and you actually sat across them and you spoke and had that conversation, and it wasn't about what he did illegally, just about his family and the aspirations and the journey he took from walking through the jungle,
To get to America.
raising money to pay smugglers. Some of them get duped, some of them get killed, some of them get raped, some of them, I don't want to bring. I remember when Harry was talking about his journey through Libya and through Italy. It's funny how the same people heard Harry. I think Harry was his name, right? The obedient from Benin that is in Italy. Had sympathy and were crying. Because I remember I cried that day when I was listening to his story. We're the same people that heard Harry's story and we're crying, even though we know he came in illegally to Italy, and we're wishing him the best. And we're so happy that he was able to get to a point where he can give his daughter a better life and his family and his life a better life. And there are the same people that felt empathy for him. Some people now turn around and say, those illegal immigrants should go back to where they're coming from. Like, and I'm like, you see the hypocrisy that sometimes we're not conscious of. The same people that have issues with illegal immigrants in America, we listen to Ari's story and feel sympathy and we're happy he made it and we pray and do things for him to, be in a better place. So, I just,
I think it has to do with their change of mindset and policy because they believe it is if it's going to benefit them and they think
but
the way.
it actually doesn't. What is the benefit of a Trumper in
But do they
Nigeria?
know that? Do they
Wait,
know
wait,
that?
wait, wait. So let's get down to the basics. What's the Trumper of a Nigerian conservative Trumper that in Nigeria? What does illegal immigration have to do with you? What is the so okay? If they deport the 20 million, which is not 20 million, if they deport the 10 million, what immediate benefit does it do to your life? Does it change? And this is the question I ask you.
Does it even recognize?
Does it change? Wait, does it change your circumstance where you're at that moment? It doesn't.
No. So the mindset is this from some of them because I've heard bitter rhetorics coming from them. Their mindset is you need to come and suffer with us back home here.
It doesn't. Yes, and okay.
You understand? They want you
One
to
of my
be
okay.
in the level so
One
they
of
can now
my
fight for you. A lot of them will say we need to come back home and fight.
let me take you behind the scene. I know I'm taking a lot of time, but I'll try to wrap up. Let me take you behind the scene. So one of our permanent obedience that I'm actually in business with has been saying some things, and I disagree. If Teke was on this call or something, tell me, do you know what I'm talking about? And I disagree, and I want to fight him so bad. I want to because people saying diaspora should come back to Nigeria and Trump deport all of you and you guys building life in America, you're wasting your time. I'm like, you know what, excuse me, F you. When you were taking our money 2021, 2022, we were not diasporans then, Abby. I hate to bring it down to money. I hate to bring it down to
How much is your money, sir? How much is your money?
to them. Amani said, I wish Amani had a lot of their pockets. And yes, and okay, let's take it away from campaign. If you think if you remove, people follow Peter Obi, but people don't know Peter Obi. See, I keep saying this. A lot of people that actually call themselves obedient, I don't think they really sat down to understand the man they are following, which is why I don't use the name obedient anymore. Because I think it's a name, I don't use the name anymore because it's a name to excuse so many things. Once you're obedient, it gives you a level of I can tolerate your nonsense. I'm like, no, you're obedient and you can be obedient and be daft and dumb as hell. Excuse my language. I don't want to. Yeah, because the man you claim you're following and his principles, what has that man said about diaspora remittance? Is that the man? What did he campaign on?
All that doesn't matter to them at that point in time.
When that man was talking about investing in nursing so we can export nurses and their remittance can come back and build a hospital for us. And when that man talks about how China, do you think, like, did you even listen? So it even begs the question. A lot of them that call themselves obedient and have those views. I'm like, did you even listen to anything Peter Obi said during the campaign? Or you were just so mad at. Actually, some of you should have actually supported Bat because if you break down your ideology, it doesn't align with Peter Obi. It doesn't clear. You cannot be so anti-diasporans and tell me you're obedient. Then you are in the wrong camp. You have no idea. Peter Obi is not a nationalist, he's a globalist. He understands how the world is connected. He understands how trade works. He understands how he said he never had a problem with brain drain. Remember?
Yeah.
I remember one of the states where he said he doesn't see it as brain drain. He said he sees it as because he has studied history. He understands that when the Chinese decided when Nixon opened up America to China and how China flooded America with the students to go and learn and do a lot of things in the 60s and the 50s and the 60s and 70s and understand how they transferred wealth back to China, not just monetary wealth, but knowledge and how a lot of them are still in the US. Some of them have gone back, some of them, and he understands the need.
Yeah.
And no country develops in isolation. It does the Saudis. If you go and see how or the Abu Dhabis and the Qatarians, yes, now they have world-class universities in their country. But the first things they did was to sponsor their kids and a lot of universities around the world.
Education, yeah.
That is so. When you're so anti, like, yeah, Trump's going to deport all of you. He's going to close the country. It's good. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, how does it work? This America we all came to, it was because the British and the Spaniards also felt like they needed they either they needed money, they needed to expand. They sent their people to America. I want to Monile. I'm speaking very about the white Americans. They are descendants of Europeans. They migrated. they did they moved somewhere else.
Of course, historically.
So but just wrapping it up. So I think back to the whole stigma of the lady, the single lady, which I've gone off topic, man. This everywhere.
No. It was an attachment to the initial topic. So yeah, you're good. It's about 15
Yeah,
minutes.
okay, so
Your
yes,
time just went off now.
yes. Okay, yeah. So did they? Okay, my own is at some point. I'm not religious. I don't hide it anymore. I wear it for my kids. I'm not religious, but I saw a video on Instagram, and it was sobering for me, and it connected me with some things in the Bible I read, and he just talked about. He said, "By their fruit you shall know them."
Okay.
And I wanted to remember, why were they called Christians? He said because they were behaving like Christ. How was Christ behaving? Was he told us? Dad, Jesus was a freaking socialist. If you line up what he did, if you can if you can think critically, and his message about the poor, about treating the sick, about a stranger, he was a freaking social. There's nothing more socialism than feeding people with 5 loaves and 2 fishes. A capitalist now, if Jesus was a capitalist, he would have kept that food and sold it to them.
Yeah, but he didn't.
He was a freaking socialist. He was like, no, these people, let me rephrase it. Jesus was God that came down, according to the Bible, that came down in human flesh. So think about this. Think about all the level of pride and ego he can have. He came to save these people. He didn't say, I came to save these people. Why am I bothered about feeding them? He could have really said, I don't care about feeding them. But he did a miracle. I think sometimes people miss the reason of the miracle. The miracle was not to show you that he was powerful. Jesus didn't need to show us he was powerful when he was on earth. He knows he's powerful. You know what I'm saying? The miracle wasn't to show his power. The miracle was to tell you is how I think you, is how I view you. Yes, I created you. You went astray. I came down with all my majesty. I put off the first Trinity side of me, the God side. I said to come as a man, as a mortal man, to you, to help you save your life. You came to listen to me. It's your business. You're hungry, and I still decided to feed you. It's like it's I don't know, like how I mean maybe I'm overthinking it. How else do you describe socialism? How else do you describe caring for people?
Well, I think they find it difficult to reason that way. It's a beautiful thing. You're coming from a different angle. I love the angle to which you approached it, quoting the Bible and all. I know some people would disagree with you.
Yeah, well, that's fine. If anyone wants to disagree with me, I'm open to that. And as long as we're going Bible, because even though I don't go to church anymore, it was one thing I did study that a lot, and that was where my severance from the current Christianity, which are followers of Paul. I call them followers of Paul.
Yeah.
They're not followers of, most of them are followers of Paul teaching. Is that's where I started to demarcate myself. Where I'm like, I just it did, and instead not just I started from when I was younger. It doesn't register in my brain how the world is earthly. This is not our final destination. Why are you hoarding things? Why are you so concerned about the wealth and the stuff that according to the Bible teaching, even the greater promise? But when it comes to LGBTQ, we're quick to point out what Jesus says about it. We're quick to
that is another topic.
you're quick to fire. That's when you speak. But when it comes to the poor, the sick, or the downtrodden, or the ones that fled their countries of war and trying to just make a life for themselves, you just become this. Oh, the law is the Lord. The law is the Lord. Stop. You're a hypocrite. You're goddamn hypocrite.
Okay.
You're effing. I don't want to curse because I know TikTok.
No,
Yeah.
this well,
Yeah.
I don't want us to I don't want them to restrict the
Yeah,
podcast.
that's why I don't want to. So yeah, so so it's but hey, it's my opinion.
Yes, it
I
is 100%, and I totally value that. I respect that. Thank you so much, Otumba.
yeah, thank
I
you.
love every single part of your submission. I'm definitely certain with the way things are right now. I'm still
Can I
gonna.
also request a song, please?
Oh yeah. What song is that?
Oh man, the song I listen to every time right now is "Joy Is Coming." I love that song,
Oh, Joy is coming.
even
Yeah.
though it's a
I
very
played
Christian
it
song.
last week.
I just
Someone
it makes
requested it last week for Toby when he
yeah,
was here.
yes,
Joy
I love
is
that song.
coming.
It's to me it's a short message, but it's just very reassurance that yeah, things will still get better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank
Doctor
you.
Who says agree with my take on Jesus. Doctor O, I'm talking about the. You should know. I'm just using the Bible. I'm going off what is written in those words in red, not 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 the not Paul's account or not Paul's account or. I'm just saying, which is I think the first 5 books now. It's your Matthew,
Yeah,
Mark,
yeah,
Luke.
yeah,
Yeah. So that's where I'm. That's the Jesus I'm describing, not the one that's collecting tithes and offering. So
All right.
thank you.
All right, thank you, Otuba. That was beautiful. I love that. I mean, you can hang around. There's still opportunity for another question. Let me just handle other speakers that are here. Odogu dropped, and I'm certain he's gonna be back. Udo is on Twitter now. But yeah, thanks guys for joining. Oh yeah, people are giving me roses on TikTok. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I've been doing spaces for a while now, and you know, you talking on Twitter, talking, and I've never gotten a dime, and it was shocking when TikTok just sent me a PayPal alert, $18 from all these flowers. People, it was a big deal for me. It's not the amount for me. It is the fact that some people actually listen to you speak. You made few lines, or you said some few lines that hit them, and they thought this guy deserves a flower. And in translation, that flower turns into money, right? And maybe because I'm used to giving, I hardly receive, right? And the moment I saw that, it was encouraging. It's not about the amount of money, it's the fact that some people thought about giving you their scent because of what you're doing or what you're saying. That is on a different level. It's an unexplainable feeling. So thank you guys. I do appreciate every single likes and flowers, roses. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Thanks for that. So thank you, integrity. You've been patiently waiting. You have enough time. Don't worry, I promise you. Welcome once again. I'll say to you, we've got 18 questions, but one is down. So out of 18, we don't have 6 anymore. So you can pick a number, and I'll read out the topic, and we can go from there. How you doing, integrity? Jump in.
Hi, Jimmy. Happy Friday. How are you?
I'm fine. Alive and
Yeah,
well.
it's good to be here. Yes. Hi, everybody. I see a lot of familiar faces. Hi. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, it's Friday, so
Oh boy.
hopefully everybody has let their hair down.
To have
Yeah.
fun, right?
To have fun, yes.
Yes.
Fun is important. Yeah. Jimmy, I don't have access to the questions. Is there a way? Is there a place where you post
Oh no
them?
no no! You just tell me the number. Just pick a number, and I'll read out the questions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just tell me
Okay,
the
just
number.
pick a number and
Yeah,
can
so
if I don't like that question, can I, just take another number?
I never thought of that. So
I hope it's not politics,
the
is it?
phone. No, it's
Right?
not. It's not. It's
Oh,
not.
okay.
I try to avoid politics on my podcast. So the one with Otumba was based on the fact that I've been seeing his tweets lately, and he stands regarding the whole pastoral thing, and religion is one of the topics I deal with on my podcast. So, and that's the reason why when I mentioned it, I quoted 80% on religion and 20 on politics, and he barely even touched on the politics, which was a good thing. And he was addressing the fact that the bishop was speaking to the president, was pleading to the president about having mercy on people.
Oh yeah,
that,
the bishop
so
thing.
yeah, the bishop thing. So it came from a
ridiculous.
different, beautiful angle, which was the whole point of this. But I guarantee you, you would the questions are flexible, or the topics are flexible. So, but yeah, I think we can walk around something if you don't like it.
Okay, so any number that has a social, a social connotation, I don't think I want to talk about religion.
So I don't know the questions, or I don't know the topics, but I can see, yeah, I can see the numbers. I myself don't know the topic. So when you pick the number, I don't. So that's the whole fun of it. So I don't know.
I think Otumba did 6.
He did 6,
how
yeah.
about number 4? I mean,
Number 4.
2,
Number 4.
Yeah.
All right, so we have number 4 here. People on TikTok can see it. Number 4, and the question says, oh boy. All right. So, what is your view on false rape accusation, prevalence, and impact? Victim blaming, psychological, social, and legal ramification. So, what is your view on false rape accusation? I think the person that designed this question, which I know the person, but I don't know the question. I don't know the content, but I can tell you is based on the recent video that popped up of a man that just got released from jail in South Africa, that the 13-year-old daughter lied that he raped her while she was young. And it was 10 years later on, 10 years later on, the girl now came out to tell people that it was a lie, that it was the mother that wanted to leave the father at that point in time, wants to run away with another man, told her to lie that the father raped her. So now that the mother is dead, the daughter came out to complain, or to say that, yeah, the father did not rape her, she made it up and everything, and the man wasted 10 years of his life in prison. So I think the question, the topic was based on that. So what is your view on false rape accusation? That's number 1. So the question has another, and the impact it causes. False rape accusation, the impact it causes, and the question has another additional tone to it that says victim blaming. Are we gonna blame the victim based on their social stance, legal stance, social stance, or cultural stance? And what are your suggestions towards legal ramification of these things?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, even though it's not a topic I want to delve into.
So if you want to yield on this one, I think we can do that. We can yield on that. Not everybody, I mean, no, considering the fact that it's a sensitive topic, not everybody would love to do that. But it's going to create a wave of others might also want to waive it, which is not a problem. So, but you cannot waive more than once.
Okay.
All right. So if we waive now, you can take another number.
Let me try just one more number, and that's it. And I will just pick between the 2. Can I do number 2?
Okay, fair enough. Number two. Here we go. Number 2. Okay. Number 2 says consent and alcohol. Where should the line be drawn?
Okay.
Sexual
So
consent and
consent in what way?
alcohol. Consent and alcohol. Where should the line be drawn? What comes to my mind about this topic is what's the name of this guy? You get the topic now, right?
Yeah, I get it, but I'm trying to understand what the context. The consent. What is
All
the
right.
context of that?
The consent is so it's attached to alcohol in the fact that um is it okay to justify that while drinking or while intoxicated and someone allows you to have a sexual, engagement, um do you think it's always good to let it happen or wait till when they're sober? Because there are instances where people would say, he abused me when I was drunk. He used the opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah. So where should the line be drawn? Huh?
I think I like that one. Yeah. It's
Okay.
It's a very good one.
Sorry?
It's a very good one. No, I said this is a
So
very good one.
Odogu likes this one. Odogu likes this one. Yeah. So Odogu, she says she's claiming this one. So the whole point is, see, guys, the interesting thing is I don't know the content of these topics, so I love the fact that I'm beginning to see them myself, and they're quite interesting topics. So I'm just gonna, the way I'm reading it out is how you're finding out, and people can talk about them. So whoever is gonna go next will pick another number. I don't know the content, but I'll read it out, and we can make our discussions based on that. So regarding this one, I mean, we have issues of people complaining that he used the opportunity, that I was high to sleep with me, and clearly a lot of people prefer to get high to be in the mood, but when that happens, they can sue anybody regarding that. They used the opportunity of me getting high or I was intoxicated. So where do we draw the line? Should we, even though I mean, this story is a beautiful one. I have a lot of people that have complained about the fact that when they were driving Lyft or Uber, they pick up riders, and these riders are mostly intoxicated. Maybe the person they're meant to go stay the night with isn't picking up their phones or anything, and they end up wants to have something to do with the drivers, and sometimes at the back of their cars. It has ended in so much lawsuits, and the lady will wake up and be like, I was abused. Before you know it, it's a big problem. It's a huge problem. So this is a beautiful one. Where do we draw the line? Integrity, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you so much. Yeah. That is a really good one. And I think it's commonsensical. I mean, it is commonsensical. And it's a golden rule type of context or scenario. I mean, does anybody here want to be taken advantage of when they are vulnerable? And even if that person says, "Oh, go ahead," but the person is drunk. The person is intoxicated. I mean, it's except we want to. I mean, I know at times we say young people do what young people do, but it's also very important that we raise our children. And of course, some of us were also young. Some of us here were also young, and we did stupid things. But of course, when you know better, you do better, right? Mm-hmm. So, I don't understand if there will be any justification that will make sense to me, as a person, as a mother, as someone my age, as somebody who has on any level, that somebody will be drunk or be intoxicated, and you think either way, that will be a good time to do something with that person that consent is needed for, I find it very irresponsible. I don't care what the justification is. If it's going to be done at all, it will be done by young, stupid people. Because young people, when I mean stupid, I don't mean it in a negative way. We all do stupid things. We all did stupid things when we were young, and not because we didn't know any better. Of course, consent is very needed, and the somebody who is not fully aware, of the consequences of being taken advantage of when they are in that state. Of course, we all know once people are intoxicated or drunk, they're not typically together. I think we also need to there should be consequences for such actions. And on the other side, I don't understand why a lady, which is typically the case, a young lady, will get drunk or get intoxicated when you're with a man. I think I saw there was this video that trended. I think it was last week or so. Of this scenario, Jimmy, I'm not sure if you saw that. I think she was intoxicated, and I think she was making some moves towards the guy, and the guy wanted to take advantage of her. She got upset. Like, I didn't want, I wasn't asking you, I wasn't inviting you for sex, and the guy said no, but that was the impression I got. I think she got upset, and then I even had my cousin who were talking about it here, and he said, well, most women usually want to have sex, well, not women, young people, and then want to have sex when they're intoxicated or
Yeah, but integrity, some women do actually. I mean, you hear women say, I like to get my freak on when I'm tipsy and all that. So in an instance whereby they get tipsy, they put themselves in that mood, they're self-aware, they know what they're doing, and they do it deliberately because they want to be in that position. And these things happen. And afterwards, they file for a lawsuit. Where do we draw the line? So is it advisable for men to not get involved in any sexual activities as long as alcohol is involved, and suggest that we can revisit this when you're sober? Or should they just play along? I mean, we know a lot of these things happen from the clubhouse, from the nightclub to when you get home and all that. There are always signs. There are signs. You give yourself signals, and when the alcohol is in the body, people go on the dancing floor. They dance, they grind, they do all these things. It's a compilation of exchange of signals, right? Exchange of sexual signals, and people end up expressing themselves sexually after intoxication. So where should that line be drawn? Should men disregard having any sexual intercourse when alcohol is involved, even though some people, that's the only way some people get their freak on, right? So should men, because the way it is right now, you can easily be sued for that. And if a woman says this is what happened, the chances of the community supporting her is very, very high. And the question will now be, why did you do that when you knew she was intoxicated? It's not even about the both of you were intoxicated. You knew what you were doing. There has been exchanges of text messages before you actually went to the club. The messages was actually what led to coming together, meeting at the club, getting intoxicated. It's shocking that when you interact, when you exchange messages, you talk about your favorite drinks, what you like. Do you like alcohol? Do you love vodka? Is it whiskey? Do you like on rocks? And the people skip all these details, right? And they just jump on the fact that you as a man, you shouldn't have actually gotten involved with this woman when she was intoxicated, without even knowing if the woman was the one that initiated the fact that, I can only get my freak on when I'm intoxicated. I love Baileys on rocks. And these things do happen. Many of us have actually experienced it, but I've not actually gotten someone come up later on to say they were abused while they were intoxicated. But we've been seeing stories about these things. So do you think men should, regardless how the level of intimacy, even if they're not married, even if they're married, do you think men should stay away the moment alcohol is involved? Because when alcohol is involved, I'm just checking it out, it impairs judgment, difficult in communicating, increases vulnerability, and it has issues with memories, and it can all lead to a legal implication. So is it advisable for men to avoid having a sexual intercourse when alcohol is involved?
So, Jimmy, well, there are two scenarios here. I mean, I've had, many instances where, my husband and I, would take some red wine and, of course, just to relax, and then, we hit it off. Yeah, so that is different. It's different. I mean, we're married. I don't think I will ever feel unsafe around my husband. Of course, the scenarios are different too. I mean, depends on the marriage, But generally speaking, an intoxicated person cannot give consent. An intoxicated person cannot be deemed to give consent. And consent needs to be really clear. It needs to be clear. It's not just hearing no. You need to be sure that, and I'm talking about people who are not married now, but you just mentioned club and all that. And the men need to protect themselves. You're not going to be led on because the woman is giving you signs or her body language is asking you to come on. You have to protect yourself. Yeah? You're not going to say because, okay, she was, that will not be a viable, excuse, particularly in court, or justification, particularly. So, I think men also need to start protecting themselves. If you ask me, I think a lot of men are very careless. Men need to protect themselves before you do that thing. Think, what are the consequences? This woman, for a woman who you have sex with, whether she was intoxicated or not, and who now goes against, turns around and, sues you to court because you had sex with her, two of you were not even together in the first place. So why take that risk with somebody you're not sure of?
Otuba is actually in the comment section on TikTok, and he's actually back upping what you're saying. Otuba is saying,
why take that risk? It's a big risk.
Otuba is saying 100%, text, record it, get witness if possible, do whatever it is to protect yourself before getting into something.
That's before. When they are sober, not when they start drinking.
Oh, okay. Oh no, October is on TikTok. Is saying all this should be done when they're sober, like before they
exactly. Okay. When somebody is, and again, this idea of women get their groove on, I find it ridiculous. I find it very ridiculous.
Let her agree. Oh, sorry. Let me.
It means you have a problem with your groove. Do something, and there should be healthy ways of getting your groove on, not alcohol. You get what I mean? If you want to take some wine and all that, deliberately you sit down and relax and take wine, but you're taking it to get your groove on to entice a man, and then when that man, plays along, then you turn against him. That does not even make sense. That is a very immature woman.
So, integrity, what if it's not alcohol? What if it's weed?
Either way, she's not. It is the same thing. It's the same thing. I don't know. It depends on how it affects the person.
Okay. All right.
Some people have had, when we were in law school, there was this friend of mine, that was dating this really bad guy, and it didn't make sense to me why, really good, nice person, good girl, but she was so attracted to this really bad guy. I was in law school. And I asked her one day, what is it about this guy? This guy is dirty, he used to work with USAID by that time, how much did they really pay them, But I didn't really understand why she was with him. And she told me, it's because he takes weed, and it didn't make sense to me. Those are part of the unhealthy ways of, putting ourselves in the mood, and having a discussion about it. And then men too, or women too, protect yourself. No matter how, you see, these things are just within minutes, it's all over. And the consequences are forever. So why would you want to just, why would you want to just get carried away and put yourself in trouble forever? And some of these issues, you don't come out of them again. They just mar you for good. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. So for me, I believe consent. When it comes to marriage, that is debatable. It's debatable because people like us who feel really safe around our husbands. I don't really care. I'm not gonna be, you did not ask for consent. My husband is not gonna force himself on me. But I've had friends who. I have friends who, whose husbands have to, because, they don't feel safe, around their husbands. So I think it depends. But generally speaking, an intoxicated person cannot give consent. Doesn't matter how old the person is. It doesn't matter how you think you really know the person. I don't believe people should rely on body language or past sexual interactions or any non-verbal cues at all. You don't rely on them. Don't protect yourself. Protect yourself. And I also want to believe that you see, at a certain age, you can't be. There are certain things that we shouldn't be indulging in. Like being with a woman who has to get drunk for you to have. Well, why don't you just? If you want to have sex with her, why don't you have sex with her when she's still together? Why must she be off before you're able to have sex with her? That is not healthy. It's not mature. It doesn't make sense. And for me, I think things like that should be for teenagers.
Okay.
Why must you have to get drunk to be for you to? Why do you have to have sex with her when she's not together? I don't know if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I understand that point.
It's not mature. Doesn't make sense. You should be able to have sex together with somebody when the person, two of you, it should be consensual. Two of you willingly, wanting to have sex. Not because, one person is vulnerable. Okay, let me take advantage of her. Or she's giving you signs. She's giving you signs that she's not together. So how are you sure that the signs are really coming from her? So it's a risk. It's a risk. So for me, I think consent matters. If the person is not married to you, consent, of course, does matter.
Okay. So I picked two things from what you said. That it's a different ball game between married people and people just dating casually, which is a very good point. For you to be married, that means things like this shouldn't even be a problem. So being intoxicated or not, you guys are already a couple. So whatever happens shouldn't. We're not saying.
Some of you would bring the thing together now. So which
of course.
Do me when I know? You are drinking it.
Of course.
So marriage, I don't think it actually applies to married people. People who are genuinely married for, married genuinely,
Yeah, but then again, as married people, we have issues of rape even within the marriage, whereby the woman is not even the wife. Let me put it that way. The wife is not even willing to get sexual at that point in time, and she sues for rape. And you'll be wondering, you guys are married, but yeah, we see all these things. It happens. So
let me quickly touch on that one before I go.
And before you can add to this as well. You said there are other things that can be done without alcohol and weed. If you can just come up with suggestions regarding that, you can add that to your point before you wrap up. Boss Salari, I see you. You're welcome. You go straight after Odogu. But yeah, but I think people want to engage in integrity.
Yeah, but I just wanted to ask her a question before she goes, if that's okay.
Oh yeah. Okay, you'll do that after she's done with explanation. Thanks. All right, integrity. Go ahead.
So the idea of rape, in marital rape, rape, while people are married, that part really confuses me because for people like us those who know themselves. I would say I know myself. My husband knows that I know myself, so he doesn't take me for granted. When I say no, my husband knows I mean no, because we don't pretend with each other. There's this saying that when a woman says no, she means yes. I don't want to be equated with that. What do you call it? Analogy. If I say yes, I mean yes. If I say anything that way, that's from them. Now, the fact that I'm married to you does not mean that I'm going to be unaware or very close. Doesn't mean that I'm going to be wanting things all the time. I mean, I'm a human being, so I can, my feelings can be off today and be on tomorrow. So there should be, when there's mutual respect in a marriage, and a woman or even a man, men get tired at times, or we give this impression that women are usually the ones who get tired and men don't get tired.
Okay.
And you're not in the mood for something. If there's mutual respect within that marriage, then a respectful thing is to back off and go back when it is a good time to do so. So when people claim rape, in a marriage, you see that marriage isn't, of course, not doing well. That is why one person will say I was raped. Of course, if there's mutual respect, and there will not be need to say to have such accusations or claims. But when somebody says no, okay, I'm not in the mood today, you respect it, and of course you understand the reason why she's not in the mood, and you know that tomorrow she may be in the mood. So why force it? So I think it's in a good scenario. So I think you asked a question or something.
Yeah. I by the way, two people actually want to engage you, Boss Salani and
Really? Am I in trouble?
Boss Salani and Otumba. Otumba has an advice / a question regarding this.
Boss Salami is making me uncomfortable right now. Hopefully she's going to be friendly in a question or whatever it is.
I believe so.
Don't mind me.
I believe so.
Sorry, I think you had a second question or something like that.
No. I was just saying, because I picked up a few lines from your submission. You said, there are other things people can do without alcohol and weed. I believe it's a preferential.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you eat well, exercise, love up on each other, people, if you're going to have sex at night, you play with your husband or your wife, and you guys just keep, you play and, improve on your intimacy and all that. Of course, you'll be in the mood, and of course, we know that for the married people, and that's the reality. I don't believe people who tell you otherwise. Let's not paint a bed of roses here.
Okay.
That sex is not the only way to feel intimacy. You can, hold hands. Like me and my husband. At times we're just in bed, and we're just lying down and holding each other. For me, that's more than sex. That is for me. That is more satisfying for me. We sit down, we put our legs on each other and we're talking and laughing and, just generally, engaging each other, lovingly and, positively. So there are many things we can do. Exercise, take a walk, keep busy, make your own money, find ways to be happy, engage in things like yoga, get a massage. All those things and many more can, keep you, put you in the mood. You don't necessarily alcohol or weed, So yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
I mean, you've answered my own question. Though I know people, different body system, different people. So whatever rocks their boats. But then again, what I picked up from what you just said now is the fact that people need to exploit, experiment, and see other ways to get their grooves on besides alcohol and weed or any form of
And
intoxication.
Jimmy, I'm so sorry to cut you short.
No, that's all
And
right.
that is not to say people cannot take alcohol, but of course you take it, within reasonable. You don't take it to the point of getting intoxicated.
Fair
So
enough.
that's what I mean.
Fair enough.
You take it reasonably and responsibly.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
let's go to Bosalani has a question for you. Then we go to Otoba before we take the next topic. Bosalani, go ahead. You have a question for her.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm just trying to get something. Right. Yeah, I wanted to just ask a quick question, my dear. Thank you. When it comes to the issue of that you're saying.
Boss, your mic is muted.
Sorry, I was dealing with the little ones here.
That's all right.
The question I wanted to ask has to do with the issue of in marriage. I heard my fellow sister there talking about how it can be a claim that someone has been raped. And then I just wanted to ask her that because a lot of marriages are very different. And she described her type of marriages. She used the words she could never envision or see that ever happening to her or with her husband and so forth. And I'm certain that's the way any type of woman or in a marriage would see things. You never know what's going to happen. You definitely say to yourself, my person can never do this until something happens. And this is something which happens in marriages, especially when we're talking about, let's look at maybe in Africa, in a setting like back home. A lot of times women are pressured into that without wanting. So even to say no, someone will tell you, I paid for you, bride price. You understand what I mean? You cannot deny me of this. And others would even go to the point of involving family to say she will not give me. Right? I paid for your daughter. I gave you cows. I did this. She's not opening for me. And because she's not opening her legs for me, she's cheating on me. Any sort of things would happen, right? So you actually have a situation where the girl child or women who are in marriages, especially if you're talking about what's happening in Africa, they become even afraid to talk about the experiences. There is no alcohol involved. It's just someone basically doing what they want. But when you come to European countries, that's where they start. A lot of women have come out and said, when I was in Africa, he used to do this. But then when they come abroad, they start to realize that there are actually laws that actually support women and men as well, if you have been raped and so forth. But you don't get these kind of institutions back home. So I feel sometimes it's very difficult for us. We need to look through different lenses. When we have a discussion like this, I definitely appreciate that those who have been fortunate, because sometimes thank God that you're fortunate enough to have been in marriage and experienced a relationship in which you've never gone through any form of abuse. Because when we talk of rape, it's now the physical abuse, isn't it? Yeah. But there's also emotional abuse. There's also financial abuse. There's mental torture abuse, right? It comes in different shapes and sizes. And you'll find that then it doesn't always happen because you've taken alcohol like wine, right? It doesn't always happen because someone has taken drugs. There's some people inherently who are abusive. And many of them don't show themselves when you're going through the dating phase. Let's go out, let me take you out. Because they know that if they were to show you their true colors, you would not get with them, right? Many of them, it's like they wait until, now I put a ring on it. Now I can do what I want and no one can tell me any different. And I'm sure even people listening to what I'm saying, remember of a relative or a sister or a friend that went through stuff like this and felt like no one could help. Because it looks like we've developed a community or a culture which does not believe someone quickly. It's like they have to prove. Now you tell me, Jimmy, If you have a sister, she's married, she comes to you and she says, my husband has raped me, right? What would you say to her, Jimmy? Open your legs so I can check. What's going to be your response to that? Already there is a lot of questions that you're putting before you even listen to the story that someone is trying to tell you. And as a result, a lot of women who have either committed suicide or felt so trapped when they said the word, because even saying that you've been raped is a mountain.
It is.
People are ashamed. Do you understand what I mean? So
Yeah.
when we say things like, someone can claim, it's very, well, you can argue and say, there are those who lie. But I think there's some things that you also have to think about. For someone to even lie about that, what kind of person is that person? Do you get what I mean? There's some things that even me, myself, I'm afraid to utter with my mouth that it's happened. Because it's like, this is brutal stuff we're talking about. You know what I mean? You're not talking about
I get your point.
a boyfriend cheating on you and you finding out. You're literally saying someone held me down. I told them no. They still did what they did with me. Without my consent. That's a big deal.
So what's your direct question to integrity?
My question
I get
has
your
to do
point
with the
you've
claim.
laid out.
The word she used was claim. And I think it's too soon to even use the word claim when you're dealing with someone, especially when we deal with things to say it's a rape allegation. I would expect that if it's going to court. I would expect it if it's the police who are investigating. But when we discuss it and you're already acting like judge, jury, and executioner, I feel like we're closing the room for people who are real victims of rape to actually come forward and discuss their experiences in order to get the help that they desire. That's my question.
So Jimmy, boss, are you? I'm a little confused here. So are you saying? What am I trying to say? Sorry. Are you against the word that I used? Claim? Is that the issue, or the issue that there are no rape cases out there? I mean, marital rape cases.
At first you used the word.
Clarify.
At first you used the word claim. And then there were other instances where you said, when something like this rape happens in a marriage, it means there's no respect. So there were a number of things that you said that it was red flags for me. Because if you're saying that, because you use the word respect, all right. So if it's respect, how does a woman prove her respect? If she's cooking for the man, she even kneels down to serve food, makes sure the house is clean, asks her husband, what can I do for you, Olga, this and that. That's respect, right? So when the woman is doing that and her husband still, after all that respect that he's getting, still takes it upon himself to sleep without her consent, how do you equate the two? So you're saying that the man is the one who's disrespectful, but in actual fact, there's respect in the house because the wife has been giving him respect. So if the man her husband decides to take advantage of her, are you saying that there was no initial respect in the house from the wife? Or you know what I mean? Because when you talk about a household, it's about the husband and the wife. They create a household, right? So when you said that when rape happens in a marriage, there's no respect, what did you mean exactly by that? Because following on from there, that's when you also said, some people claim that they're being raped. So I'm just equating the two because to me, it just like screamed red flags. That's what I'm just trying to get clarity.
All right. Integrity. I want you to reply that. So, but I mean, I just want to say I think it has to do with.
I'm laughing here because I don't think boss even heard me very well.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of
you
misunderstanding
didn't hear me
going
well.
on.
People who know me here, I'm sure will be shocked at what you just said. But anyway.
Well, that's why I'm here for clarity.
Okay, that's good.
I'm sure that, no, hold on. I'm certain that because I made sure I said I just want clarity. So it's not about people being shocked about what I'm saying, but I came here asking for clarity. So it's not that I put you on some sort of thing to say the things you said are shocking and I'm shocked. No, I'm here to ask you for clarity. So I'm sure that's even me showing you respect. Don't you think?
So boss, here's the thing. I think there's a misunderstanding based on our own submission. So
I can
Yeah,
I
so
can.
yeah, I want her to go ahead now and establish that so we can move to the
Yeah.
trauma. Yeah.
Yeah, but first of all, we're not. It's not a back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So claim. I don't know what boss understands claim to be. I think maybe you have your own meaning to what claim means. Claim means assert, declare, profess, maintain, state, hold, affirm. That is what claim means. It's the fact that you say claim. I'm a lawyer, so we use words like that. So claim doesn't mean, I'm not talking about allege. Claim in this context doesn't mean allege. It means assert, declare, state. So I think you're attributing a different meaning to claim in this context. So when I use the word claim, I didn't mean allege. So I think
Oops. I think she got a call.
an allegation.
Oh, okay.
So that is the first one. So the second one, I'm a bit also very confused because when I speak about respect, it's never one-sided. I always add that word mutual. So that's why I said maybe you did not hear me very well. And there's no mutual respect. Because if there's mutual respect, then there will not be any need for anybody to claim that they were raped, because some men also claim they are raped. So it's two-sided.
True.
Yeah. So if there's mutual respect, and I recall going ahead to say that if there's mutual respect, when a woman says no, then the man should stop. And that is when I brought my own scenario. You see, when it comes to marriage, I don't talk for other people. I talk about mine because I'm married and I've been married for a very long time. So I like to use myself as an example, good or bad. Because I wouldn't be talking, because every marriage is not the same. So I think I've clarified that part. I would never, it's not in me ever to ever say that a woman should respect a man. I've never been that kind of a person that, you love is one way, you respect is one way. It must always be mutual. It must, because I'm living it.
Fair
It
enough.
must always be mutual. So I think I'll leave it there. Hopefully I've been able to clarify.
Oh yeah.
What I'm saying.
Yeah. So I mean, thanks, integrity. Thanks, boss. So I will go straight to Zari. You're welcome. I see you. I want us to move it fast because we still have a lot of topics that people are gonna pick up from, and they're gonna say what they think about those topics. And thanks for people just joining. It is Off the Cuff with Jimmy. I do this every Friday. Again, today is meant to be for a guest that was meant to speak about the Asaba massacre, someone that was there. It was young when it happened. They shot his whole family right in front of him. He had to disguise and to survive. It was meant to be here today, but I put a lot of things into consideration before I set up my podcast. I put a lot of planning, the cartoon, the guests, and the flexibilities around it. I want to make sure my guests have access to all the social media platform, at least one out of them, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or what's it called? Instagram or YouTube. But the person I'm dealing with is an old man. All right. It was young when the whole Asaba massacre happened. This happened during the Biafra thing, but Asaba massacre was a different ballgame entirely. It was a genocide. It was based on a particular vendetta mission that was perpetrated on the Asaba people because of the bridge that was destroyed. And this man witnessed that, saw his father gone down right in front of him, saw the life leaving the father's body. It's a disaster. I decided, as I always do, not to talk about it in the background. I want to be stunned the way everyone else is going to be on the podcast. So it requires a lot of emotions, flashbacks, and I want to do this more with the old folks because a lot of them are going to their graves with these stories, with these experiences. They don't want to talk about it. It's almost as if they had a simultaneous, silence agreement that they don't want to talk about these things. But the narratives are changing for the purpose of historical records. These things needs to be heard by the people it happened to. And that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this. And I'm glad I was able to get hold of one. And it was not easy. I did a lot of digging, and thanks to people that pulled strings in the background. So I put a lot of things into consideration: their emotions, their composure, their illiteracy when it comes to, you know, technology, and a lot of them don't even know how these things work. So probably going to be having a phone conversation with them. But yeah, this will happen next week, Friday, the last Friday of the month, the very last day of January. I'll be looking forward to that. It was meant to happen today, but it's been moved to next week, Friday. So this is one of the episodes that I'll be having over the years. It's going to be like this roundtable with mature people that will be coming up to get involved in topics like this. So I've got 18 topics written out in a sheet of paper. I didn't write those topics, someone else did. I'll be reading them out when you pick the number, and each number has different topics. So whatever it is you pick, you talk about the topic based on experience, what you've read, what you've seen in movies, or based on people it happened to that you know. We talk about this. And that's the whole point of this particular one. So this will come up once in a blue moon, as I said earlier on. And it's been interesting so far. We've had two people speak on different topics. The first was Otumba, and the second is integrity. So Otumba went for, what do you think about overcoming stigma, redefining the single mom narrative? And integrity went for consent, consent and alcohol. Where should the line be drawn? Like people getting high before they have sexual intercourse. Where should the line be drawn? Should men indulge in having a sexual intercourse when a woman is intoxicated, or just wait till they're sober? And Otoba, gave a lot of tips regarding get a lot of evidences with eyewitnesses and proofs, text messages, conversation before it happens, and probably after it happens. So because we have people coming out to say they've been raped because they were intoxicated. And integrity buttresses her own point by saying there are other things you can do besides drinking and smoking. And she gave suggestions on other things that can be done, and which brings me to the fact that people can exploit their relationship and work on things that that can get your groove on besides alcohol and weed. So there won't be any side stories or story that touch. All right. Otumba, thanks for waiting patiently. You wanted to say something. I think
Yes. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Jimmy. I think the first question was a question of advice. It's not a question for her, but just a general question to people out there that maybe still don't think like, oh man, she was drunk, she was asking for it, things like that. I think mine is the first one is, would you feel comfortable buying something from someone who was visibly intoxicated? So you wanted to approach, you want to go buy something from someone, and you walked up to them, and you can smell alcohol, you can see them staggering. Would you still feel comfortable buying something from them? Now, I'm not equating buying stuff to sex, but I'm just saying, I think anybody, if I wanted to buy something from you, Jimmy, and I came to your house to, oh, I'm trying to buy this you were selling, and I see you staggering, and like, I am not, at that moment, my brain switches off. I'm not trying to buy anything from you anymore. Like, no, you're drunk. Secondly, is I also say this also where I think if you're someone that's just dating or meeting someone for the first time, or trying to have sexual contact, sexual experience with someone,
yeah.
don't let your first time be when they're intoxicated. Like, I don't know, I don't know how you can do. Like, try to make it like when they're sober, when you would agree, yes. And then over time, maybe after you've explicitly, please listen to this word, explicitly talked about sexual stuff,
Yeah.
and there is a level of understanding that there's some men or women that like it early in the morning without you asking them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there are people fantasies and people's what turns people on a different. Or you've explicitly had that conversation and you've had it multiple times with your sober. And or the last one is also saying, oh, we are dating. I think she was into me. She kissed me. We never really talked about sex, but after a couple of alcohol, she suddenly was more free to have sex with me. I would say no. And the example I usually give is if I've been talking to you, Jimmy, for example, just as a guy, we've never met each other, but I've been talking to you, hey, what's up, my guy? We don't talk on the phone. But I've never told you, Jimmy, that I'm a chef. I've never told you that, Jimmy, that when I'm drunk, I like to cook. I've never told you that I like to offer people food when I'm drunk. And it's first time you see me, you notice that I'm drunk and intoxicated, and I bring you food. Remember that, will you take that food from my hand?
Oh no.
Why? Even though this is a guy to a guy, we've never said, hey, man, Onatuba is tipsy, he likes to cook, and he likes to feed people. But I just suddenly, I'm intoxicated, you can smell that color, and I just say, this is the food. Even if the food looks good, you'll be like, nah,
I
bro.
never told you I'm even hungry in the first place.
Exactly. So that's the same way I look at it. So, some men may say, oh, you don't get, nah, bro. If you get game, you don't need someone to intoxicate to have sex with them with consent. You can, you can talk. And it's unfortunate that a lot of us didn't even get sexual education. And the sexual education we got was usually abstinence or wearing condoms. Sexual education to me is broad. It should also involve talking about sex with someone you want to have sex with. We talk about everything else. We talk about going out to dinner. We talk about going out to date. We talk about the place we want to go visit. But we always leave out the sexual talk. Hey, and it's not hey, yo, this is my sexual. This is who I am sexually. This is when I get tipsy. I get This is me. I think it's fair game to talk about that while you're sober. Now, it takes maturity on both sides or open-mindedness on both sides to understand that you can talk about sexual stuff without making it sound very, oh, I'm just a nasty person, or I'm just, like you can. There's a way adults you can have that conversation. Like, okay, hey, man, once I'm tipsy, I want to. So I'm not gonna get around you when I'm tipsy. Like, you have to. I think it's fair to have that conversation. You're adults. So. I hang up at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Otumba. Beautiful. I mean, I love the angle at which you came through. It is because of things like this. My podcast dives into topics like this, sensitive, emotional and controversial. But we need to discuss these things. We do need these things do happen, right? So we need to address them one way or the other. But yeah, thanks guys for joining. Boss Solani dropped. Odogu is actually meant to go, but he's not here. I guess he's busy. If you can come back up, that would be great. So Zari is on the speaker section. Boss, if you want to come back, that's fine. Jimmy, my internet is kind of bad right now, so I drop. I will speak when I can. Okay, fair enough. All right, that's from Odogu. Thanks for that message. Zari, how you doing? Welcome, my brother. Jump in. What number would you like to go for?
Okay, Jimmy, I just thanks for being here. I just was following the conversation, the points that okay, she's not here anymore.
Integrity.
Yes, the points she was making, and she struck a chord, talking about, especially in the case of two people married, and then the case of my husband raped me, sets me. What I just want to say is, I understood that both tended to have a bit of a misunderstanding. I just want to emphasize that in a relationship where she spoke about intimacy, where intimacy works, I think to a large extent your bodies, your chemistry begin to align with one another. In a certain way, I'd say when either the woman wants the man or the man wants the woman, or it's mutual at a particular point in time, because for anybody married, you know that there are times you make love, not necessarily because you initiated it, but because the other party did. And there are times you initiate it knowing, well, okay, ordinarily if you didn't initiate it, the other party wouldn't. And then there are times it's just mutual.
Okay.
Now, there is a line we must be very careful to make between when you just don't feel like it and when it could be concluded as, rape. She did say something: when the case of rape comes in, it doesn't just stop as rape. It equally represents certain other issues that have been before that particular incident. When two people meet, for instance, if I was going to speak from perspective of a Christian, where they say the body is not for the man, it belongs to the woman, the body is not for the woman, it belongs to the man, the two shall be one, and all of that. Once there is that commitment, and there is that bond of intimacy, there's an understanding where she doesn't really have to say no. Once you try something, you understand, okay, she's not necessarily in the mood. And then there are those times when, Jimmy, you're in the kitchen trying to make a cup of coffee, and she wants something, and then you forget about what's on fire. There's a point you make your coffee, and then you stop. There's a time together, you're cuddling, watching a movie, and 15 minutes into the movie, you pause it, and then something happens. It happens in homes, and it shows a good example of, the bond, the understanding. So I think if your bodies connect to each other, I do not think the story of rape would come up. But where you find rape coming up, it could fall from both sides, especially when there are complications to the story. One, it could be that of a man that just feels entitled. He has owned a property and he could do whatever he wants to do with it. And in most cases, when you speak to certain women, they will tell you the man wanted to subject them to certain kinds of sexual practices that ordinarily, even if she was not in the mood, she wouldn't want that to happen. There are those cases. And there is the case where possibly she might have noticed, okay, possibly the man is higher, in terms of sex, drive and all of that. And possibly she begins to, because there are cases where there are men that will tell you, I will have to do this and this and this before I touch my wife. And anytime she's, particular about something that I object, I don't get to touch her and all of that. So there are many things that lead to many things. But in whatever case, no woman should feel violated in any way, even if she consented. Because I've had, young women, whether especially single ones, saying the way somebody she loves did something to her looked as if it was a plan, more like let me do it as if I'm not going to have another chance, and then she came back regretting it. So there are times you engage in sexual activities that you get to regret later because of the manner in which the man used your body. Now, would that qualify for rape, or would that qualify for somebody abusing a privilege that he just got? So it's a dicey situation. But I'll just say that once the subject of rape comes in, it also tells a lot about the relationship that has been existing, and it's a very poor one. That's just what I want to emphasize. But then the good understanding of your chemistry does the job, and I think in a marriage where the two, I think biblically they say love and submit to one another. Once that happens, I think even if for 2-3 weeks you don't touch each other, there would be that patience and understanding. That's just the point I want to make. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That was beautiful, Zari. But I mean, you cannot go without picking a number. You've already come up, so you might as well just have it. Pick a number. We've got a couple of numbers left. We have 1, 3, 5, 7, 8. Sorry?
Okay, sorry, Jimmy. Yeah, you did mention something about numbers. I think I got a bit lost there.
Yeah, you have to pick a number. We've got 3, 1, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
I'll go with the perfect number, 7.
7. Okay, that's interesting. Oh boy. All right. What is your stand about homosexuality? Legally, morally, culturally? So what is your stand on homosexuality? Legal view, personal view, religious view, social view, health view, and ethical view, in that order?
Well, first I will start with, the spiritual, I would say, religious view. In that direction, basically, I would approach it from the natural order of sexual relationships, where we understand there is the male and there's the female. Of course, and biologically speaking, we understand there might be genetic there could be genetic mix-up where you find people coming with both, genitals. But that will not fall under homosexuality. It will fall under certain genetic, mishaps, which could happen when you give birth to a child with either the absence of one line, give birth to conjoined twins and all of that. So from a spiritual perspective, I'd say God frowns against it. It's written. Of course, I've seen examples of people who have basically abandoned that desire. And I think spiritually, it's not just qualified as a sin; it's qualified as a perversion of an order that is divine and both natural. And then when you talk about the legal aspect of it, I think is where I think somebody would say it's my right, to do it. It's my right to do it. It's my right to withdraw all the money I've got in my account and just set it on fire. It's my right to build a house, for 2 years, put in an effort, and then when I'm done, I get people to demolish it. It's my right, and all of those things. So from a legal perspective, people could do a whole lot, because legally does not necessarily translate to moral. Legally does not necessarily translate to right. It doesn't necessarily translate to religiously sound. As a matter of fact, even culturally, legally may not necessarily mean it's all right. Somebody more like you followed how somebody raised his crops for all of the rainy season, and then when it's time for harvest, he says he just feels like setting the farm on fire. And legally speaking, this is belonging. You could do whatever he wants to do with it. So, what could you do there? But at the end of the day, it leaves us with that moral judgment to say what exactly is the wisdom in it and what benefit has it got to humanity other than the exercise. I'm talking about the legal aspect of it, other than the exercise of it is my right to do it. So first, as spiritual beings, my stand against it is wrong. Not only is it wrong, it is a perversion of the natural order of things, and grounds against it. And then culturally speaking, I've had a number of people, especially from the western part of the world, try to advance a debate that perhaps you've got African cultures that tolerate that. I do not really think so. If you can trace homosexuality to any culture, whether what exists between the man and the man or the woman and the woman, you would notice that if at all there is any such record of it, it came as a result of it came as a result of fetish practices. Basically, people who might have committed to something, a lot of, and most times, if not all, not good, and then they are subjected to doing certain things that are out of the natural order. An example is which basically has become almost common. An example is you find a mad woman you have known right from primary school, and all of a sudden you start seeing her with a fresh baby. It's not as if somebody who was sexually aroused and she was the only woman he should have sex with. He committed to something and he was told he needed to do it. You find a lot of young people that people would say, I have to participate in this, and then I would have to do something with someone who has never done it before. So it's not even born out of love or anything. In certain parts of the world, they tell you it's love and all of those things. But then the truth of the matter is, from a spiritual perspective, from a moral perspective, from a cultural perspective as an African, they all qualify under the same thing, that they are a perversion of the natural order of things, and it's not right. So that's my position on it. It's wrong, and it shouldn't be.
Beautiful.
In health-wise, it spreads a lot of diseases as well, because especially for the men. I once tried to advance a debate and said, of course, even though the woman said to me, it's because I'm not a woman, but I said, I find what the men do more disgusting than what the women do. And they said, no, it's because you're not a woman, that's why you see it that way. So I don't really know, and pardon my language, how you put in your genitals through some place where waste stuff is meant to come out and all of that. It just doesn't add up. And so yes, I stand against it. I see it as a perversion of the natural order of things. And even though people try to say, it's a sin. Sometimes you don't pay your tithe. Sometimes you curse people. Sometimes you don't do this. Sometimes you don't do that. Of course, they are all wrong. But a perversion, something specifically referred to as a perversion of the natural order of things, doesn't add up. So I'm strongly against it.
All right. So, thank you so much, Zari. I respect your view, and I love the fact that you broke it down according to the way the question was asked, and you did that perfectly. The legal view, religious view, social, health, and ethical view. You broke it down perfectly in your own way. So, here's my question. Regardless all these things you've listed out, would you relate with someone in that aspect under that umbrella, but not sexually, of course? Like, would you judge your social activities with them regarding that? And let me not use social. Would you base your involvement with them? Could be business wise, could be when you it could be
The one of
legal.
the words discriminates, please. God.
Yeah. So no. I mean, I just want to know. It broke it down, and the reason why the question was listed out that way is for people to know that the reason why a lot of people have different perspective over the topic homosexual people or homosexuality is based on different areas. You know, legally, some countries allow it, some countries don't legally, right? And religiously, some religions allow it, some don't. So some people see, some people stand towards them is based on religion, just on religion, right? So, but it's been done in a way whereby you can take a pick out of any of this, right? But regardless, I mean, legally, religiously, socially, or culturally, earth-wise or medically, and ethical or morally, right? So, but putting all these things aside, how you see them, can you work with these people, regardless their sexual preferences, regardless whatever it is they do sexually? Like, are you tolerant enough to still work with them if work brings you guys together?
Okay, like I said, it's a decision they have taken, and while I will not compromise my position as to the fact that from a spiritual perspective, from a moral perspective, from a cultural perspective, from an ethical perspective is wrong, and which I also believe that legally speaking, if our legal system is subject to moral, spiritual, and cultural code of conduct, it should also be wrong, especially in the aspect where there should be a legal recognition for people in that category. I would be against it. But in the course of dealings, perhaps an example is I have business in the bank, I have business where I buy fertilizer, I have places where I rent houses, I have people who rent houses from me. I've got food where I sell, I have a restaurant where I go to eat, there's a cafe I own where people come to take coffee and all of that. I wouldn't have a problem with anybody walking in regardless of what he does in his bedroom. I may have a problem if perhaps somebody comes there and maybe creates a scenario, even if it's a man and a woman that are married, there is a code of conduct they must respect. But if somebody walks in and sits down, possibly for the 5 years I would know him, I'll never know he's gay or homosexual. And even if I knew and he wanted to take coffee, I wouldn't say because you're homosexual, you're not taking coffee.
Okay.
It's just that at every point in our dealing, he would understand me as a man who has this position with regards to what he is doing. If he agrees to understand things differently, I could quite enlighten him. An example is, I wouldn't be a member, let me put it this way, I wouldn't be a member of a church where somebody believes he's homosexual and he's a pastor, because that basically attacks my spiritual belief. But I won't say to anybody, burn down that church or kill that man when you find him on the way. But at any given opportunity I have, as friendly and as godly as possible, I will let him know it's wrong. If it's in a private life, I walk into the bank and I'm opening an account and I discover that the picture on the man's table is that of himself and another man, if it's something I could tolerate, I would definitely, it won't stop me from opening my account, because soldier comes, soldier go. Tomorrow it could be a woman there to work, next tomorrow it could be a man, and all of that, it could be a black man or white. So in terms of my social dealings, in terms of my businesses and all of that, I would not set out to say, for instance, if I was taking coffee in a cafe and the owner of that cafe actually is married to another man, or the owner of that cafe is married to another woman, she's a woman, and then I stop going there. Unless I am subjected to having to honor that sense of homosexuality just to take coffee, then I would have a problem. I would isolate myself from there. But if it's a normal business, the way I would go walk into a bank as a Muslim and then I find the manager as a Christian, or I walk into a hotel room and I know the owner is a woman, or I walk into any place and then so I wouldn't have a problem with, my transactions or dealings with them. I don't have a problem shaking hands with them. If I'm a medical doctor and he's rushed to the hospital, I don't have a problem treating them. But it doesn't change my position as that. And if I have the power as an individual, I will not legalize the practice in the sense of saying people will have to start recognizing that happens, because as long as I live, I understand it as a perversion. I'll still see it that way, even though it doesn't give me the right to kill any one of them, or refuse to shake hands with them, or refuse to treat them if they came to my hospital for anything, or refuse to subject myself to a surgery if it turns out it is one of them that was doing the surgery. I wouldn't do that. But that is, I don't know if it's clear. But
I think it's clear to some extent, and the way I understood it before the last statement you made is you're more or less trying to be tolerant of them until when you have the power not to tolerate them anymore. That's the way it is, because by the time you have the power as maybe a governor or something, you can decide to ban it in a state. So meaning your tolerance all along.
Let me put it this way.
Okay.
Let me just try to summarize in
Go
a
ahead.
sentence.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, when you talk about my daily dealings,
Yeah.
when I walk into a hospital, for instance, and perhaps I need surgery, say appendectomy, and it turns out I am very much aware that the surgeons that do that are gay. Now, I will not say to myself, I'm not doing the surgery. The very way that if a person is wheeled into my hospital to take care of him, possibly as a surgeon, I won't say take him away because he is gay. But what I'm saying is that
I love the angle you came in through as so let me do this. So what if it's the other way around? You're the one that was rushed to the hospital and the surgeon happens to be a gay person, yeah. So in that,
no, I won't. So that's what I'm saying. I will not reject. I will not refuse to undergo surgery simply because he is homosexual.
okay.
But my conviction and position is that practice is a perversion of the natural order of things.
So when you say the natural order of things, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, the natural order of things is that the practice, the relationship, as far as sexual relationship is concerned, it was ordered naturally and divinely to be between two opposite sexes.
So are you referring for reproduction purposes or for leisure purposes? Both. Okay. So do you realize that there are some animals that are naturally homosexual in nature? Do you realize that they are?
Most animals are about there's research that shows like 10% of animals are actually practice homosexuality. Read up penguins.
So I mean, Otumba, I'll be right. I'll be right back to you. So Zari, what Otumba is saying is not just animals; they are plants. There are other, a lot, and these are natural things. These are, including plants. These are things that were created.
They have biological terms.
Sorry.
There are biological terms for that.
And
there are animals that are hermaphrodites. There are plants that are asexual. In other words, asexual. There are those that are bisexual. There are those that have in the natural order. By natural order, I mean how each set of living species are made. And in our own case, we don't have that. If you have any mix-up anywhere, it's likely a genetic issue, and then it has its name medically. So it's not a natural. An example is if I give birth to a child who turns out to be maybe a child that comes and he doesn't have, or maybe conjoined twins and all of that, would we say basically that it is normal for that to happen? We know definitely something went wrong as far as the transmission of the genetic material happened. The point I'm just trying to make is this: there isn't any ground to wage hate against people who have chosen to do something for them, because, like I said, other than the exercise of that legal right of it's my right, there is no basis for it. It's something that should be frowned at. But in that regard, it doesn't mean I should deny any privilege that any human being has simply because he identifies as homosexual. But then with regards to saying I would stipulate laws where I make people who have to admit that this certain order that they know does not exist is natural with certain people, I wouldn't do that. That's just what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Thanks for that. Thanks for that clarification. There is a fish that is called kobudai. I watched it in a documentary about 6 years ago. So what happens is this fish comes as male, and at a point in time it changes gender into a female, and it goes into hibernation for I think a couple of weeks or months, and it changes appearance and genital into a female, right? Not just that fish, we have clownfish, we have a lot of them that does that. So the reason why I had to go through all that is simply because you said natural order of things, and these are natures, right? These are things that has to do with nature, plants, animals, name it. So the topic is yours, homosexuality, and you've dealt on that topic based on your own belief, your perspective. I love that. Okay. And that's the whole idea of my podcast here. A couple of people came up. I believe they want to engage you. So we're going to give people 2 minutes to do that. There is no bad boys on my space on my podcast. I mean, it's a space on Twitter and it's live on TikTok. So it's just we having intellectual conversation and reasoning. Trust me, I've had worse conversations. I've had people coming up to say they would love to unalive homosexual people. I've heard it before. So him saying his own view is entitled totally to him. He picked that topic. I'm not going to tolerate any attack on him. It's on my podcast. It's my duty to protect him. So this is just a conversation by matured minds. So if you want to engage in this, give just the way I did. I just went on Google now to show you, give you a list of animals, and that will do that. So I want us to checkmate our point with facts and figures. And that is the whole point of this. Otumba has been giving bangers on TikTok. He's been writing comments. By the way, he respects your perspective, though he disagrees with you, but he respects your perspective. And I love that. That is the whole point of this conversation. Mature people having reasonable, productive conversation on social topics and things that evolves around us. So thanks for that, Zari. I really do appreciate it. Integrity is back. Let me pull her up. Dr. O, I believe you want to engage in that.
Yes, I just want to ask a quick question.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon from my name. Jimmy, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I greet you, my brother.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still at work, but the conversation with Larry was very interesting, so I wanted to ask him a question.
Go ahead.
I am a scientist, and I like science. I like to view my world now from the spectrum of science and not religion or ethnicity or whatever. So, Larry, according to your Bible, according to the Bible,
Oh, Dr. Ho, you're breaking. We're losing you. Dr. Ho, are you there? We're losing you. Oh boy.
Thank he's got a network issue.
Yeah. He's probably gonna come back. Oh yeah, Dr. O, you're back. We lost
Jimmy,
you for a
can you
couple.
hear me now?
Yeah, we lost you for a couple of seconds. You're back now. Go ahead. By the way, guys, man. So regarding the song requests, now I have 5 song requests. Normally it's just one every episode, but we don't have a guest today. We're dealing with something different entirely. So I think I could I could entertain I can entertain 3. I think I can entertain 3. So I've got Good Day, Forrest Frank, and I've got Joy is Coming. Those are the 2 ones. So if you have any other one, we can add it to it in that order, and I'll try and play those songs before the end of today's podcast. But thanks, guys. Okay, Dr. O is asking for the mic again. All right, so here we go. Are you there, Dr. O? Dr. O, are you there?
Can you hear me, Jimmy?
Yeah, we can. Let me confirm if people on TikTok can hear you. Guys on TikTok, can you hear Dr. Ho? Otumba, please, can you confirm that?
I can hear him loud and clear.
Beautiful. Thanks. By the way, people on TikTok, I see you. Welcome. I see Arewa Chick, Astasia, Odogu, Icon, thanks for being here. TK, Lamine, thanks for being here. Fatah, I see every single one of you. Welcome, guys. Dr. O, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. But before I continue with Zari, Otumba, I think I texted on TikTok that I disagree with many things you were saying about Jesus. Please come to church tomorrow. Come to those space. Let's talk about that. Your Jesus funny. Let's have a talk about it.
All right.
So you can see that man is actually wasn't perfect. He's not as perfect as many of you portray him. Anyway, so Zari, like I said at this stage of my life, I prefer to view things from a scientific perspective rather than be clouded by religion. So, and according to the Bible, it says God created everything on earth, all the animals, mosquitoes, lizards, and all that. Are you aware there is a group of lizards called the whip-tailed lizard that are all females? All females. There is no male in their species. It's called whip-tailed lizard. Just go online, just Google all female whip-tailed lizard. Who created these animals? That's my first question. The second question is, our sexuality is mostly controlled by hormones. What I mean by this is the concentration of hormones you have in your body when you start to grow determines how fast you reach puberty and at what age you actually reach puberty. And if you have too much testosterone, you become a man, you have the broad chest, deep voice, and hairiness and all that. And when you have estrogen as a woman, of course, vagina and breast, everything starts, you get all those. But there are women actually who have more testosterone than estrogen. And there are men who have more more progesterone, I think, than testosterone. So who created these people? If God created everybody, who created these people? And why do religious people find the need to judge them, even though the Bible says, thou shalt not judge? That's my question to you, Zari.
Okay, beautiful. I love that. Zari, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. O. First of all, with regards to the whip-tailed lizards, it's not 100% that those species of organisms are all female. Perhaps the higher percentage of them are all female in the sense that they produce asexually, which simply means by default they have organs that at the stage at their reproductive phase they are able to reproduce, but they have the male and the female. Now, with regards to the issue of testosterone and the male and female hormones, now when you find a man who has less than required, the masculine hormone, and you've got the testosterone, and then you've got the woman with either a higher level of it, behaving like a man, or having certain features of a man, or a man having features of a woman. you did talk about science. And in science, you would understand that when we deal with those things, we deal with them as scientific issues, as things that have to do with the transmission of genetic materials from parents to offspring. An example is this: there are children who are born blind, but if I would ask you to describe the body of a human being, you would say he has a head, he has eyes, he has hands, he has legs, okay? Or she has this or that. Or who does a man look like? You know what a man looks like. You know how his genitals look like. But does that simply mean if somebody is born blind, we should automatically include that in the type of human beings we have? There are those that have eyes and there are those that don't have eyes. If they don't have eyes, we know they are blind. So if somebody is given birth to, an example is someone that was given birth to that has an extra, chromosome that leads to either gigantism and all of that, or somebody that happens to be a dwarf, or someone that happens to have a lady that has a lot that turns out to have a lot of sorry, the names are mixing up now, testosterone, and then she acts like a man. Would we include that as part of the genders that happen? Science has defined how those things happen, and they are a disorder. With all due respect, I would put it that way, they are a disorder. So we can't bring that up, that science debate, and then include it in the homosexuality game, in the LGBTQ and the homosexuality game. When you put a list of 1,000 homosexuals, I will assure you that 999 of them are likely people like you and me, who will tell you that it is just their own sexual inclination. And I think that's where the problem comes from. When I meet a guy who behaves like a woman because of his genetic makeup, because of what happened between the transmission of the genes that happened between who we know as father and mother to him, I understand that. When I have a friend who has been born blind, I understand that. And I know those are anomalies, scientifically speaking, and we can engage in that scientific debate. But that is an entirely different continent from the issue of homosexuality or LGBTQ or gay practice. Nobody is born to just be gay. People choose to do that. And like I said, you can't stop anybody from doing what he chooses to do in his bedroom. But then the point where we want to naturally create a scenario where I wake up as a man and I know the opposite sex is a woman, and then I will have to recognize another person as a man loving another man, a woman loving another woman. I won't do that. Even though, like I said, in my dealings every day, it is not my business to say you are not going to extract my teeth because you are gay, nor will you be brought into a hospital for me to do a C-section for you, and then because you choose to identify as gay, as a woman married to another woman, and then I say I won't do that to you. I wouldn't do that. But then there is no ground, whether medically, whether morally, whether culturally, whether religiously, to admit that. And then religion is not the cloud. Maybe you've missed the key points of religion, but if you look at it well, you would understand it. And there isn't any problem with the personality of Jesus. Just to add that to the comment you made about the woman. So I don't know if I've answered the question.
Yeah, I think you have to some extent. I'm trying to work with time here so we don't go back and forth. So, I mean, each person is entitled to their topics and they can speak on how they think about it. Guys, by the way, if you have contradicting views, you can put them in the comment section. Otumba has been engaging on TikTok back to back. Thanks for that. He has a couple of questions though. I'll allow that to go on for 2 minutes, Otumba, so we can go on a short break. And for the people requesting for songs, we'll do that. And when we're back, we'll go with Dr. O to pick his own topic, and we can start afresh from a different perspective entirely. Otumba, jump in.
Jimmy, hey, Zari, long time. Dr. O, the Jesus I'm talking about is the Jesus in red, even though I have my disbeliefs about it, but I'm just going based on what written in their book. But I agree with his view on strictly from a religious level. If your religion tells you it's a sin, it's a sin. I don't argue that. If your culture, whatever reason, tells you sin, I don't argue that. Where the argument starts for me is the natural conversation, because you talked about science. If it's a scientific debate, then you've lost, because science agrees homosexuality starts from the womb. science said homosexuality is a form of gene and hormones. And because and Dr. O, the scientist, I'm actually shocked that you brought up chromosome. You didn't actually talk about the fact that recordable scientific research. This is scientific evidence. This is why I love science and why it's hard for me to be any other part from science, because science is open-minded. We deal with evidence, and if the evidence changes, we change our mind. We're not rigid.
Yep.
From a scientific point of view, from gathered research, about 10% of male species in most animals practice homosexuality. This is not it's scientific fact is there.
Yeah.
Science also talks about how it's not, you don't choose, you can choose it, but people that word choose to be gay is where people people that have knowledge of science sometimes short their scientific brain for their religious brain when it comes to certain issues, whether it's the word creation. You're the same person that was a chemist and you're a scientist, and you shut your scientific brain for evolution or how the world was created. You turn on your religious brain. We that's how we operate. You can deny it, but that's the fact. We have struggled with it before. We all tend to juxtapose, and whatever confirms our bias is at that moment is what we go with. So if your religious brain is telling you, even if your scientific brain is saying biological research has said no, it's not unnatural, your religious brain comes in and says no, overrides it. I have to. Okay, that's fine. So it's been proven like 10% of males in animals do it, and I usually go to this. And as a straight man, I always say this a lot, and I two things. Most people have not actually interacted with gay people. I see. There's a caricature of what you see what a gay person is on social media, and caricature of what you think they are. And if you have social interactions with gay people, gay men, I tell you, find a gay white man. Not even find a gay white. Wait, overlook their sexuality. Just have a conversation with them. That doesn't mean it will change your religious belief on it, but I think it softens how you see them. We have if you've not really dealt with people, you have a caricature of them based on what you've been taught religious wise, you've been indoctrinated with. People's view, and social media makes it worse, where people's collective view of things. The good example is how they will tell you homosexuality is child groomers. Yet the data on arrest of those that commit in the US, of those that
Married
commit
people.
yes, it's straight
Married
people.
people.
But there's
Great.
some people based on just to confirm their own bias and based on misinformation. When you can actually go and check police data, those that commit sexual immorality with kids, pedophiles, are more straight and they're even more religious. Just based
They
on
have
pure
kids,
data.
they're married,
So you can
people
actually
see
do
them
that.
as happy married
So
people.
but why I like Zari.
But look at the news coming from the Vatican. The
Oh,
amount of
30,000. See, I asked this question. If you have 10,000 employees in your company, and they come to you and say 3 of them are child molesters, would you work for that company? No. That's the Catholic Church. When a large group of them are, and they covered it up to the utmost top. Yet we don't look at them with a side eye. They're still part of.
and by the way, Otuba, the Pope just approved gay people being bishops.
Yes. So the same one that supported the German Hitler, or whatever.
Yeah.
But because they made a bet that Hitler will win, which is for monetary purpose. But that's a conversation for another day. Which, whether you like it or not, shaped a lot of the Christian things we have now. The only time I said, but why I like Zari is, and this is why I've always dealt with him, even though some of you I don't agree with, because I remember when he commented on there was this Dallas on Twitter. I wanted to type something, but I held my hand back. It was basically criticizing this, which I know the couple, the Dallas rep that got married, proposed to his lover on the floor after being sworn in as a member of the
Yes.
But I get the tolerability of saying you don't condone it because you're religious, you're moral. I get that. The only place where I disagree is that natural, and then is when you saying, okay, as long as they don't force it on me. But have you thought about your forcing your strictness on them also? Which it's a very dicey conversation. I always end it by this. I'm a straight white man to the core. I love beautiful women. I love all shapes. I've always sat down and I know what it feels like to pass something out from the behind. Like so I've always asked myself, the way nobody taught me, I didn't, me being attracted to the woman is instinct. I don't have to think. See, Jimmy, I'm going to get a little vulgar a little bit. If Yash Waka pass me for front, there's nothing in my brain I don't have to pause and think and say, this is attractive. It's instinct. I was not, it's instinctive.
I think it's called a response to
And
stimulus.
there are women that,
Response to
yeah,
stimulus.
there are women that make man, even man, talk, say, this guy looks well. Pass by them, they'll look at him like, what the who's this? It's another, and there are men that we see that same thing that most men like us, like, man, she carried. Like,
So Otumba, you are an Arsenal fan.
yeah, that's no, but that's why I say sometimes it's that choice word is where it really fights me because, dude, I didn't choose to like females. Like I didn't choose. I can't remember a point in my life I said I chose to like a female. Like so like it's instinctive. It's just who I am. And that's why I talk to if you interact with gay people, if you interact with them, you understand that they love their some of them just are married, some of them are married for 50 years, you know that? Like and they talk about their partner, you're like thinking, wait a minute, like bro.
Yeah.
That's we like I said, we have this and we saying it's not a Western culture thing, even from biblical experience. The Sodom and Gomorrah was not in the West. So even that's even recorded Bible to talk less of, let me round up. One of my favorite fascination is the Roman Empire. I love the Roman Empire. And I talk about gladiators, and I even though they stole some of the Arab civilization, but I love Roman Empire. Until I was reading how machoism was defined, and how my favorite emperor, Julius Caesar, after his wife died, you know who was his last bride? Was a boy that looked like his wife. So so you say, oh, it's something the world is getting spoiled. My brother is when guy talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, you make it sound like
from day one.
you make it sound like it's some new invention that the West just brought. And no, when we were in secondary school, which Western movies were you watching that were now the homosexuality is more common in movies. Anybody here will tell me when they were in secondary school, primary school, they didn't know people that they knew that they were boys and boys were doing stuff, and it wasn't like they watched it for many Western movies.
Especially boys only school and girls only school.
Now, I don't. So it's a very me.
Yeah.
I love science. That's why I just stick to science. The others. So back to you, Jimmy.
Thanks, Otumba. I mean, these topics they are so interesting that you don't know when you just go and you just fall into it, and you just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. So, it's difficult me trying to manage people with the time, but then again, the topic are so juicy and every point just nails it. It's difficult pulling back or not wanting to set the time, but Zari, I'll give you 1 minute to have the last thoughts on this. It's your topic. Please, if you can do that real quick. Yeah.
So please, first of all, perhaps we may have another, hopefully possibly we may bring it up in another space, but scientifically speaking, the science of homosexuality is just data. There isn't any biological backing to it. In other words, there is nothing biological in our being.
Sorry, but evidence is from data, though. That's scientific evidence. It's gathering data and drawing a line. That's scientific evidence.
The science you are talking about of homosexuality cannot be disputed. The fact that there is a man that sleeps with another man, or there's a woman that sleeps with another woman, or there's a man that sleeps with an animal, we know bestiality. What happens when people try to legalize that? I tell you that because it has been proven that 1, 10, 20, 30, 50 people are found to have been doing it in this or that country. Then it
not the same conversation. That's a false equivalence. It's not the same conversation.
No. But what I'm trying to say to you is when you talk about scientific, in this case, you are simply talking about collecting data of people who indulge in something. But it doesn't.
No. What I'm talking about is a man being attracted to a man. I'm not talking about, because homosexuality doesn't start from the sexual act. It starts from the attraction. It's the place in your brain that lights up when you see your wife or your child, that makes you happy, that makes you connected to that person. That thing lights up also for, there are people that, there are men that it lights up for another man in their brain. That release of oxytocin that makes them happy. There are people that they were not taught. Naturally, they see a man and that attraction comes in, it lights up in their brain. So it's either from a Christian perspective, God created them faulty, they have a faulty wiring from heaven, or
When I use the word sexual perversion, you might have heard when I use the word sexual perversion, it's simply the practice where men have have gotten sort of, let me say, they are tired of doing things the normal way and they explore an alternative. You did mention Rome, you did mention Sodom and Gomorrah. If you would notice, it was an elite move to institutionalize it, whether in Rome, whether in Sodom and Gomorrah, whether as it is in the US. It is people who believe they have achieved certain things. It's more like somebody that is addicted to porn. When you study his trend, you will notice with time, he would begin to look at more aggressive forms of, the sexual practice, because the normal thing that people do will lose interest in it. So when you talk about the point of the brain, it's simply it's the perversion that takes place, just like somebody addicted to drugs, just like somebody addicted to raping women, just like somebody.
it's not the same. It's not the same. No, you're okay. Okay. We're on two different planes. I'm not you always go to the acts. I'm not going to the sexual acts.
Animals.
No man suddenly just picks another man and starts to rape him or start to have sex with him. For you to decide to have sex with another man, there has to be a level of attraction. Is it oxytocin that releases in your brain? There has to be a sort of connection. There's something that lights up in your head that makes you attracted to that person. This is someone that, so the sexual perversion is done. Forget the act itself. I'm saying there are people that their life companionship is with a man. There are women that their life companionship is with a woman because what's responsible for that part of their brain is triggered when they look at the same sex and the opposite sex. So forget the act. Don't because we are talking, remove the act. Just the affection of you deciding, you just look at a man like, man, I was created for a female, but this is what I want to do the rest of my life. Because we usually go the same way. We don't go on when we talk about straight, we don't talk about men that sleep with multiple women. But when we come to gays and lesbians, we always pull out the extreme as examples and say, oh yeah, because straight people are also sexually perverse. So it's not, you cannot, it's not sexual perversion. It's not only limited to gay, it's straight people also. So sexual perversion is not the reason why they are being gay. Because you can be straight and have sexual perversion. That's my point. It's not a, it's not a, is it relation and cause? Correlation, but it doesn't correlate. Yes, because it can exist in both. Sexual perversion does not exclusively exist in gay communities. Straight people are actually more pervert. Multiple women.
All right, so
I wanted to agree. I wanted to Jimmy. Sorry, just a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perversion is a form of human behavior which is far from what is considered to be orthodox or normal. So it is more of a societal term that has been used to shape the way we think in society. There is no biological meaning to that word, Zari. So what Utumba is saying is true because you have people who do BDSM, for example, and they are straight. BDSM is a form of sexual perversion if you think of it in that way, because you would think, okay, the normal way to have sex is get honey, get a woman wet, and go in and go out.
Yeah.
Why whipping? Why tying? Why punishing? Why bondage? All those are perversiveness that people go into. So it's not just
fetishness
about gays or homo. Exactly, fetish. It's not just about gay. It's just trying to explore a new way of doing things out of what is known orthodox or what people now see as normal. So it's not connected to homosexuality at all. It's not it.
All right.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Sexuality is not an opinion of what is normal and what's not normal. Sexuality is
So Zari, if we
I am a woman and the order is man and woman, and outside of that is not an opinion that I am a man.
Yeah.
It's not an opinion that you are a woman. It
So-
is natural,
so-
divine, it's cultural. So it's
So,
not an opinion.
and that's the reason why the topic came with different strings, which was a legal view, religious view, social, health, and ethical and moral view. So again, it's a topic you picked up, and you just weighed in your own view. You're entitled to that. No one is going to take that away from you. And I respect that. And this topic is one of the topics that it just keeps going. It just keeps going, and people will always weigh in to counter your narrative, counter your point of view, and with their own point of view, which is quite understandable. I love that conversation, but we cannot get enough of this. And the point is, people would look forward to next time these episodes will be coming up. It's not going to be all the time, but once it comes up, the rest of the show will be coming up with controversial topics, interesting topics, and keeps people engaged and intellectually aware. Thanks for the engagement, guys. I love the energy so far. I love the exchange of maturity being displayed. And Chick said, be whatever you want to be on TikTok. It's none of my damn business. I respect your choice, and it doesn't stop me from relating with you. Beautiful. Right, guys. We've been at this for 2-3 hours now. I love that. I would like us to go on a short break, and we'll play one of the requested songs. And after that, we'll jump right next to Dr. Ho with his own selective topic, and we'll go to the next person afterwards. The people on the listener section, you can request for the mic to jump on one of these questions as well. Right.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Let me drag you a little bit. It is Dr. O, not Dr. O.
Voilà,
Your age is destroying.
Voilà, Lokolesi. I will mute you now because the dragging you've been doing with Ibadan people since yesterday. Anyway, don't worry. We'll talk about that one later on. Not be your fault. Now, by the way, that guy we don't know him. He's not representing Ibadan. I don't know him. He's not one of us. That's it. He's not one of us. Period. He's not one of us.
They said he's the best rep from
He is not one of us. He is not one of us. We don't know him. We've never come across him. He's a disgrace. He's not one of us. As simple as that. And I put people are telling me to block you. All right, guys. Thanks for the engagement. Thanks for being here with me. It's been a great engagement. I appreciate every single one of you. You could be someone else, but you're here with me to have this engagement with Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Thanks for this. We'll go on a short break now, and right back, we'll go with Dr. O.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen in on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú àgolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ bá ìpàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
Okay. I'm about to have a good day. No matter what they say.
I'll be right back.
Sun is shining down on me. Birds are singing praise. I'm about to have a good day. In every single way. The God who made the universe knows me by my name, so it's a good day. Baby, in my arms, walking through the neighborhood. Living in the present, I would've, should've, or could've. I remember back when I was low as a rug. Now I'm standing up, look at what my father does. Turning all things new, gray skies blue. Hear the church say, won't he do it? I know he's got my back. That's why I'm thinking that I'm about to have a good day. No matter what they say. The sun is shining down on me. Birds are singing praise. I'm about to have a good day. In every single way. The God who made the universe knows me by my name, so it's a good day. It's a good day, no, it's great. Everything I prayed for didn't come in late. I got all I need and I didn't have to wait. Ask me if you love me, you didn't hesitate. Turning all things blue, gray skies blue. Yeah, the church say, won't he do it? I know he's got my back. That's why I'm singing that I'm about to have a good day. No matter what they say. Sun is shining down on me. Birds are singing praise. I'm about to have a good day. In every single way. God who made the universe knows me by my name, so it's a good day.
All right, welcome back, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks. That was requested by Felix. Good Day by Forrest Frank. Beautiful tune. Thank you. The next one will be for Otumba. He requested for Joyce coming. We'll play it in the nearest time to come. Sorry, I'm trying to check other incoming messages. All right. Welcome back, guys. We're on to the next topic now, and Dr. Ho will be picking the topic. Odogu, when you're free, you can come up. Actually, I see you. Welcome. Metaphor, I see you. Gregory, God's Will for Ty. These are people on Twitter. I see Tina, Dr. AGK, Kush, God, the Good, Peaceful, Wednesday, Cute Mama, Z, Adedeji, Taye Lulu, Levi Z. I see Ngonyai, Everything, Sync Flow, Emmanuel, Ofo to be. I see every single one of you. This is not a political podcast. It has nothing to do with tribe, it has nothing to do with political affiliation. It's just about humanity. I don't care if you're PDP, APC, Labour Party, NNCP, whatever it is. I don't care. We talk about humanity on this platform, and we respect each other's view on here. It's just for an educational, enlightenment, uplifting burdens from ourselves, and educating ourselves from past experiences, or other people's past experiences. I've been fortunate to have beautiful people on my podcast. I had the guy that got kidnapped in Anambra. The insecurity, the level of insecurity going on in Anambra is outrageous. I've been seeing cult clashes, killing people, axing people. It's ridiculous. And have this opportunity of hosting this guy. He was kidnapped. He was actually shot in the head. He was shot in the buttocks. But he didn't die. He narrated his story how he was crawling on the roadside. He was bleeding heavily, and those are bandits in Anambra, right in front of his gate. Have had the honors of hosting Tudo himself. We know Tudo has been talking about him being a pastor for over 2 decades, and he shared his experience, what he went through on my podcast. It was a lengthy, in fact, it's the longest interview I've had on my podcast, 8 hours. It's on YouTube if you want to check it out. And I had with one of my respected sisters, that actually tried committing suicide 3 times due to depression. It was an insightful podcast to educate us more in how severe, dangerous, and isolated it can be when depressed, the signs and things that can actually get people depressed. So that's on YouTube as well. And I brought in another obedient that had cancer. He supported the whole, OB thing, with his mind. He contributed money. He did everything he could for a better country, supported the right candidate. And he did that effortlessly. He never knew he had cancer. It was after the whole election period he realized he had cancer, and he kept it to himself. And he came on my podcast to share his experience and what he's going through, the whole chemotherapy thing. It was quite enlightening and educative because it pointed out the importance of of life insurance, why it's important for us to have life insurance and good healthcare system. And it is in the UK, by the way. But with that, his health insurance was cancelled, and he had to go through a lot. I had him on MySpace about 2 weeks ago, and I'm still going to hold a fundraising for him. Not on my podcast, Off the Cuff Jimmy, with Jimmy doesn't do that, but I'm going to do that with my normal account. I'm doing so because he sacrificed a lot during the whole Peter Obi movement. This is someone that I know that sent money to me, to people in Nigeria, through me to people in Nigeria. It donated a lot of money, and now is in need and in support of people. And I'll do everything I can to support him. So he was here. He shared the story when he got to realize he had cancer, and I was glad that my podcast actually gave him a reason to leave, because at a point in time he had made up his mind that, look, I don't enjoy life. If it is time, it is time. He had that mindset, and I told him, as a man, as a father, as a husband, you deserve to see your daughter graduate from school, graduate from university. You deserve to see your daughter get married. And people don't understand how powerful that is. The moment you have the mindset of, you know what, I want to see this happen, it will happen, regardless whatever disease you might have. I mean, there are testimonies of people that key into that narrative. They didn't want to die, and they lived 7 years just because they want to see their kids grow up. They ended up dying, but yeah, there are facts and figures to back that up. I know people that actually gone through that, family members. And the zeal, the will to live, to make sure they see that happen. The will itself will suppress. The moment you decide, I am not dying, it comes, it's almost medicinal. It seems like a miracle, but it's doable. And last week, Friday, I had the honors of having Tommy. We all know him, the blind guy. Nigeria happened to him. He was blinded from a shotgun wound to the head, but I came from a different angle. I wanted to educate the people the importance of having good healthcare system and having a system that actually does work. And the comparison was between life in Canada and life in Nigeria as a blind person. What Nigeria did to him and what Canada did to him. The only thing he benefited from Nigeria was a pack of spaghetti, a bottle of Coke, and a cane. And the cane was not given to him. It was an indirect, gift from a Canadian charity company that came to Nigeria, and that was how he got it. But now in Canada, he has benefited more than he can ever imagine. They're giving him money monthly. They're giving his kids money monthly. His free education. They got him a psychologist. They got him someone that would interact with him, that taught him how to move around his house. It's called mapping. If you've seen the movie Don't Breathe, more like that. They teach him how to make use of other senses besides the eyes. And the most powerful senses we have after the eye is the ear. They taught him how to map out his environment, to know where the kitchen is, how long it's going to take him to walk there. Beautiful. They gave him a laptop for blind people. At the point in time, people thought it was a fraud because they were wondering how he was reaching out, tweeting, and making all sort of things. He had to show people on a YouTube video how he actually communicates with people. All the things I've mentioned, all the episodes I've carried out on my platform is on the YouTube channel. Thanks for joining Off the Cuff with Jimmy once again. We'll carry on with the conversation now. Dr. Ho, you've been waiting patiently. Thanks for your patience. Thank you so much, guys, for joining, every single one of you on Twitter and on TikTok. Thanks. Otumba, thanks for being on standby on TikTok. By the way, Dogo, I'm still waiting on you. If you guys are interested, request for the mic and we'll take it from there. Dr. Ho, pick a number. Let's jump into the next topic.
Jimmy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Which numbers are available?
All right.
Which numbers have been taken?
Oh, all right. So 2 has gone, 6, 7. 2, 6, 7 has gone, and I think 4 was picked, but the question was not answered because the person skipped. So we have 1, we have 3, we have 8, we have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Then give me number 5.
Number 5. Huh. Number 5. Where is number 5?
Oh, there's no number 5. Another written down.
Hold on. No. Where's number 5? Oh, yeah. There is number 5. Okay. It says number 5. People on TikTok, you can see number 5. Right. And it says modern dating, hookup culture versus traditional courtship. What are your views on this? Modern dating, hookup culture versus traditional courtship. What are your views on this? But first, do you understand what it means, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Even though I'm up the market.
So, do you want to skip to get another number, and you can now decide which one you want to go for between the two?
Yeah, maybe let's take a second number because I'm up the market. I don't know how they do it now. I don't know how they feel. I don't.
Okay. So. All right. So yeah, go for another one.
Bring 6. Was 6 taken already?
Yeah, 6 is gone.
Okay, bring number
1. 1. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what is your view of the impact of cultural shift on sexual attitude in modern days? Cultural shift on sexual attitude on modern days.
Sorry for the noise. Let's see. When you say sexual attitude, do you mean? I think the two questions are looking like they are alike because
So
these days, hold on. These days,
okay.
there is the current culture that we have across the world in terms of sexual relations and attitude is influenced mostly by social media and technology and the ease of access to sexual content and sex and people you can have sex with and all that. So that's what I'm saying. It seems both questions look similar.
All right, so let me differentiate both.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, I think you're kind of right. It looks similar because modern dating hookup culture, which is what we do now, versus traditional courtship, which is the way we used to handle our business. But sorry, hold on. Which number did you pick?
1 and 5.
Oh, I picked on I think I picked on 11. Oh, I picked on 11. So
1 and 5, Jimmy. 1 and 5.
So sorry, my bad. So one just says abortion. What are your views on abortion? So the view covers.
I go with that.
So hold on. So the view goes on. Yeah. So the views goes on. Your legal view, religious view, social view, health and medical view, ethical and moral view, in that order.
Perfect. So let me start by saying, don't bring kids that you're not ready to take care of to this world. Don't bring kids you don't have the financial means to take care of to this world. Please and please, if you are listening to me.
So, Dr. O, before you proceed, let's do it this way. If you can elaborate your understanding of abortion, then you take it one by one in this order, just the ways I read it. So, number one is legal view. The other one is religious view. The other one is social view. And the other one is health or medical view. And the last one is ethical or moral view. So I love the way you started. Don't bring kids you know we're ready to father or nurse. So let's go from there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that was supposed to be my first background statement, and the second background statement is, before I define abortion from Google, of course, from dictionary, I would say the second thing is, if you must have sex and you have it in your mind that you don't want to get pregnant or you don't want to get a woman pregnant, please use protection. Use protection. I know it's not 100% fail-proof, but it is good to take caution, because this connects to the first statement that I made. Do not bring kids that you are not willing or not ready to take care of to this world. And if you use protection, you avoid the stress of abortion. So what is abortion? According to the dictionary, it says the deliberate termination of a human pregnancy, most often performed during the first 28 weeks of the pregnancy. That is just a simple definition. You are pregnant if a woman is eating. Of course, women are the ones that get pregnant. Okay, should I say biological women are the ones who can get pregnant. So if you are a biological woman and you get pregnant and you don't want that baby, the process of terminating that baby is what is known as abortion. And there are consequences, actually, health consequences to this, because it puts you in harm's way. Women know this. So, what are my views about this? I see nothing wrong in it. However, if I go back to my first statement, do not bring kids you are not willing to take care of in this world, and being smart enough to use protection to avoid getting pregnant, then you might not have any fight with your conscience regarding abortion. Another thing I want to say is the woman is the one who gets pregnant. She should be able to say, I don't want this baby, I don't want to keep it. Especially if, most importantly, if there are medical reasons for this. There are women who might have ectopic pregnancy, for example.
Dr. Ho,
Who might have,
I believe there is a deja vu going on right now. I believe I've encountered you with this discussion before. And what I'm about to say now seems like a deja vu. When you say women get pregnant, and right now on my screen from the research I just did now, it says male sea horses and their close relatives, sea dragons and pipe fishes, are the only known male species that get pregnant and give birth.
Jimmy, hold on. Let's go back to my definition of abortion.
No problem. Go ahead.
Deliberate termination of a human pregnancy. That's it. I see dragon and those animals. Humans. Hey, Jimmy, answer my question.
I played the feet on that.
Humans.
I played the feet on that.
No. You have to answer that question.
I played the feet on that.
I defined abortion, and I gave you the definition, and there was a word there that says human pregnancy.
Oh, no, I thought you said woman.
No, human pregnancy.
Okay.
Human pregnancy.
Well, these animals too can have abortion, can't they?
Yeah, they can.
But you know, most abortion, they're not deliberate. It could be accidental.
In terms of human.
Okay, I think if it's accidental, then it's miscarriage, right?
Yeah, it's a miscarriage.
Okay.
So that's actually not an abortion.
Fair enough.
That's a miscarriage.
Miscarriage. Okay.
So it's deliberate. It's deliberate. If a woman decides to terminate a pregnancy, it's deliberate. If a veterinary doctor, for example, decides to terminate the pregnancy of
you're getting cooked on TikTok. Often say, what if they identify as humans?
Actually, you would need them to speak up and identify as human, which is not possible.
Okay.
So, that's my response to you.
All right.
As long as they can't speak, a human can identify as a cat. I can say I'm a cat because I have said it in my mouth.
Yeah, but we have animal whisperers. We have dog whisperers. What if they whisper on their behalf? What if they speak on their behalf?
No, Jimmy, don't go there.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go. Go ahead.
Yeah. So as I was saying, now I would view it from, like I said, from the scientific perspective, but I don't want to attach any religious biases to it.
Okay.
Because many religious folks will say terminating a pregnancy is murder, is killing, which I would agree with because that's what the religion says, that's what the Bible says, that's what the Quran says. However, there are instances where you need to do this termination, like I said, ectopic pregnancy, for example, or when there are several other complications that might come with a woman keeping that pregnancy until the child has gotten to term, like they say. Also, in a case where there is and rape, incest and rape, these two are very sad for me because rape should never ever be condoned. So when a woman gets raped and gets pregnant from such a horrible experience, I see no reason why she should not, if she wants to, terminate the pregnancy. And if it is incest as well, because we know genetically inbreeds can come with congenital diseases that run in the family, and in the end you have a child who might suffer from these things that they don't know anything about in the future. So, in my opinion, from the scientific perspective, I see nothing wrong in aborting a pregnancy if the big if is there are medical reasons why that pregnancy should not be carried to term, if there is rape and if there is incest, then the woman should go ahead and terminate such pregnancies. However, we can all avoid abortion if we engage in responsible sexual behaviors. What do I mean? If you must have sex, choose to use protection. Get the pills. Take the money after pills, the family planning, that's from the woman, from the woman's perspective, or for the man, use the condom. So you don't run into this issue. Remember, it's also not so cheap. So financially, abortion is also very expensive. And then, secondly, the other one that is also very important to me is do not bring kids you are not willing to take care of in this world. So they don't just come and suffer and go through life as if they are the worst sinners according to the religious people on earth. So that's my take on it. I don't know if I missed any of the other perspectives.
Yeah, so you said you don't want to touch on the religious part. You did you speak on the legal view?
The legal view. There are countries where abortion is illegal. So if you are obeying the laws of the land, then you should not do an abortion. In Nigeria, for example, abortion is illegal. But I tell you, if the data are released, Nigeria should be one of the countries in the world where the rate of abortion is extremely very high.
Do we even have a data?
Exactly. We don't have a database. But that is exactly what is happening in the country. There is a lot of abortion going on in Nigeria, even though it is illegal, because we don't follow laws conclusively. And if you think about it, the hypocrisy in this discussion is that these things are quoted in religion, right? In our religious beliefs and our cultural beliefs that we don't tell ourselves the truth. We lie to ourselves about these things happening, whereas they are happening in our society. The men you see in churches and the women you see in churches and mosques and in our traditional settings are the ones getting pregnant and getting people pregnant and aborting them willingly, and the doctors are performing and making lots of money from it. I say this because I grew up in a compound where a doctor was well known across the local government for engaging in this thing. In a day, you could see 5 girls come around, and what are they coming to do? He had his private clinic in this area where I lived. So it's something that happens almost everywhere across the country. So the legal perspective is that although in Nigeria, I'm speaking as in Nigeria now, it is illegal, people still engage in it, and nobody is prosecuting anybody for it because it is done underground. People are making money from it. The dangers of it is that there are many girls whose wombs have been destroyed, whose lives have been rendered useless, because in the end, only the woman bears the pain of whatever goes on in that room when they are taking out the baby. So that's it, Jimmy.
Thank you. I mean, Otumba has been making some comments on TikTok, and he says it can be traumatic, which is true. I totally agree with that. It can be traumatic and dangerous as well, because not everyone that goes in there for abortion actually comes back alive. Sometimes it has to do with quack doctors. Sometimes it could be the condition or the health condition of the person aborting, and it depends on the age of the pregnancy. The older it is, the more difficult it is to get rid of, and the breach of privacy and to women that actually go through that, it's an unimaginable experience that sticks to them to the rest of their lives. It can lead to depression. It can lead to a lot of things. So it has, besides the physical things we can make judgment on, people believe you're promiscuous if you abort. That's a lot of people's perspective. And their mentality is, and the reason why I said religious is some people believe, oh yeah, it's unholy to carry out abortion, without going through the nuances of what is leading to that abortion or the reason why they're doing that abortion. People are just all about, why are you aborting? Why did you have sex in the first place? It's not everybody that is having an abortion actually had sex for the purpose of aborting. It's not everybody that has an abortion that is actually promiscuous or hoeing about. Okay, it is not everybody that goes through the abortion phrase that actually feels like just having sex to abort or planning to abort. They just want to go through it. It's an unimaginable experience. But the point is, a lot of things needs to be put into consideration, as it's pointed out: legal views, religious, social, health, medical, and ethical, moral views. So I listed out these things because these are some of the reasons why we base our judgment, we conclude on why abortion is good or bad, right? It has to do with situations. So when there's a situation of abortion, you need to list out these things if possible. List them out and base your judgment on the nuances of that issue. So for instance, there's a case of someone that just went through abortion, right? And they bring it forward. Let us debate on it. We have to look at it from the legal point of view. Where did this happen? Is it in an environment where abortion is allowed? Is it in an environment where abortion are not allowed? If it's in an environment where abortions are allowed, that doesn't mean it's a good thing because they simply allow it. It's a good thing for them to have an abortion. But that's the first phase of allowing it and not allowing it. So allowing it, a country that has the policy of allowing it. So now, how did this person get pregnant in the first place? Was it a deliberate or promiscuous or an accident? Was the person raped? Was the person in a relationship that led to getting pregnant? Was it an incest or rape, as I said? So we put these things into consideration. And religion. What does your religion say about abortion? Many religions frown at it. But considering the reason why this abortion happened, would your religion permit that pregnancy to stay? What does your religion say about rape? What does your religion say about incest? What does your religion say about...
Jimmy, should I tell you what the Bible says about rape?
Go ahead.
The man should marry the woman. That's the conclusion.
Yeah, so I mean, we can debate that. I'm just breaking it down on how people should approach topics like this in an intellectual manner. So under that, some people will argue that you have to marry that person, regardless if you were raped, if it was an incest, your family member, brothers, uncle, whatever, right? And are you going to let that happen based on your religion? I think it was Anze. Yeah, it was Anze. She was sharing an experience with us that she was looking after a particular woman. The woman is 80-something years old. Only had one child, a son. And the son is 69 or thereabout. The son, every time the woman sees the son, she's always sad. The woman is not married, but she had one son. Apparently, the woman was raped when she was young, and she was forced to give birth to that baby. But that baby has become nothing but a sorrow to that woman. And the child is 60-something year old. 60-something year old man. This woman has been nursing that pain, that nightmare, that experience for over 60 years. She's in a home where they're looking after her. She's not morally okay. She's not mentally okay. Simply because she kept that baby. So what would have happened if she had aborted it, or back then they allowed her to abort it? It might be due to religion. It might be due to, culture. We never know, right? But that happened, and that has created a 60-year-old monster that the woman, anytime the woman sees him, it's a nightmare. The woman doesn't even want to see him. And based on that, he feels hated by the fact that the mom doesn't want to see. He's a bastard, right? The fact that the mother doesn't want to see him hurts him so bad, and he is passing that hate on other women. Could these have been prevented? We can say yes. We can say no. It's different perspective. Okay? Then we now go into the social view of it. How are they going to see you socially? How many guys are willing to settle with a single woman or single mom? She's not married. But the moment you're courting or you meet someone and you let them know you have a son or a daughter, they back out. 90% of the time, they back out. Regardless even going into the details of how it happened, they just pull back. They pull back. So society frowns at it. So it's, if you abort, society frowns at it. If you keep the baby, society frowns at it. So what do they want you to do? That is under society and ethical and moral. Under what circumstance did it happen? Was it rape? I'm breaking down things that we see within our society and how people reason. Was it rape? Okay, let's start from rape. That's when you start hearing stupid talks like, when did it happen? Oh, it happened on her way from the club. Why would she go to the nightclub? That's the number one question. Why shouldn't she go to the nightclub? What was she wearing? How was she dressed? Doesn't matter how she dresses or what she wore. Now, people are not addressing the lack of self-control. They're not addressing the lack of, you cannot control what's between your legs. They are now blaming someone else for that. There are things we allow within our society that we don't even pay attention to. We've seen news from the northern part of Nigeria banning people from using mannequin, female mannequin, because they are men. They get aroused by seeing mannequin. 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 And they banned them from using mannequin. Now they use sticks. And even that one backfired because the sticks was made in form of cross. That's the easiest way you can do it, because of the ham and the neck and maybe the body. And they stopped it. Now they use anger. You can now see how culture affects the things we do. We don't try to curtail the mindset of people. Why would a mannequin get you hard? Why? There's a mental issue going on. They're not ready to tackle that. But because of that, they made a law preventing people from using mannequin to display their own clothes, to display what they sell. And mannequins, they comes in different shapes and sizes depending on showing your talent and how you're skillful with what you can sew, how it will look physically based on different body shapes and sizes. That's the whole idea. I mean, putting it on anger. How would you know what it looks like? But they simply ban that simply because it gets a particular gender happy. That is the societal part of it. We're not looking at the morals, we're not looking at the ethical view of it. So when these things happen to women, it's not as if they deliberately want to just get pregnant. Sometimes it could be natural. It could even be a situation between husband and wives. They are legally married, they have their rings, perfect family. But when the woman gets pregnant, the doctor sees that this pregnancy might lead to the position of the baby or how it's forming isn't coming right. It might lead to having an imbecilic child or abnormal child or a disabled child. They can decide to do that. But that decision can happen between both couples. And yeah, thanks, Otomba. And it could be for, financial reasons. I mean, imagine situations whereby couples coming together, maybe they got married and they later on realized that, maybe one of them lied due to their blood type. And they now realize having a child is going to lead to that child being an SS. Are you going to bring that child to this world to suffer? I mean, we know what these people go through. Are you deliberately going to bring that child simply because your Bible says no to abortion? Are you financially equipped enough to look after that child? Are you? Do you have what it takes? Because it's one thing for you to be well equipped to bring that child to life, right? It's another thing for you to have enough resources to look after that child till they, get married. That is not where the problem starts.
Exactly, Jimmy. That's why I laid my foundation by saying, do not bring a child you are not prepared to take care of.
So I mean, some people might think because they have money, they will do everything they can to look after the child. They will every medical trip, you go and check up yourself and everything, bang, 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 bang. And guess what? The child gets married. If it's a woman, the child gets married and they believe that is the end of it. The moment
it's beyond the financial, right?
it is beyond because it's a time bomb. It is a time bomb. The parent might be well to do, they might be loaded enough to see that child grow up to a stage at which she gets married. But guess what? That child is probably going to get married to someone, right? And she gets pregnant. Do you know how many SS that dies while trying to give birth? Do you know how many SS that dies while even pregnant? Because their system is not strong enough to go through the what's it called? Trimesters. Oh yeah. Do you know how many of them actually just their immune system is not strong enough to withstand it? And majority of them, over 90% of them, die during childbirth. And now you've created a pain more severe for you, because it's one thing for you to think you can look after the child till they get old. There is nothing as painful as losing a child. Losing a 1-year-old child is a different pain entirely, because the process of nursing a child during the pregnancy and everything, you feel the bond. But now imagine giving birth to that child. The child is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30 years old. 30 years old. You've built enough relationship, bond, name it, with this child. And on that very day, while giving birth, she dies. You've created a time bomb, a 30-year time bomb frame for yourself, simply because you decided not to do the needful when it was right. You knew that child wasn't going to survive, but you brought that pain upon yourself because you think you have money to look after that child. It is not sustainable. It is a ticking time bomb that would eventually hit you in the nearest, and it might just lead to a lot of people's death because out of depression, people will just die. Do you know what it is to lose a child? At a point in time, I was thinking about my parent and how they would feel losing my brother. I mean, he's over 30 years old, close to 40. Do you know the pain of a parent losing a child? 9 months, 1 year, 2, 3, 4, now 40 years. 40. I love the topic, and I love the fact that it can enlighten us to understand that people just don't abort for the sake of it. It's not as if they're just having sex up and down and anywhere. Oh yeah, you can go. Nah. Even people that are legally married, there might be situations whereby the best decision they can make is to abort that child. And in some cases, it could be between mother and child. And the man will be left to make that decision. Beautiful topic, abortion. And I love the way Dr. Oyo broke it down. You dismantled it. And I love the strings the topic came with, which is abortion. What are your legal views? Depending on the country and the society. What are your religious views? Different religious, different beliefs. Societal, what are your views regarding that? Health and medical views, which is what I just explained. And yeah, October, that's correct. It can also create a generational trauma that can be transferred. That is true, absolutely. And ethical and moral view. Ethical and moral view comes with our African mentality. Well, how did she get pregnant? You're getting yourself involved in immorality, okay, you were raped. Why did you put yourself in a position to be raped when you won't stop wearing short skirts? When you won't stop going out at night? But we forgot to educate our men not to get carried away with things like that. We've forgotten to educate our men how to be mentally focused, how to be psychological focused, sexually focused, how to attain self-control sexually, morally, mentally, psychologically, how to be a man, whereby you don't get aroused by everything in skirts, regardless what the lady is wearing. It's freedom of dressing, even though decency needs to be applied. That is absolutely up to the lady. Okay?
Jimmy, just 30 seconds or 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you think about it, right, the way America went about it, banning Roe v. Wade, it really got me shocked that in 2024, 2023, that they could allow religion to becloud such an important legislation, because most of those people who pushed for that counseling or banning abortion was majorly based on their religious perspective, and that whenever people view things from religious angle, it's always very, very difficult to objectively put things in perspective. Because if you think about it, like we have said, there could be rape, there could be incest, there could be ectopic pregnancy, there could be dangers to the parent or the offspring, there could be congenital disease, there could be so many things.
Of course. The possibilities are endless.
Exactly, that will necessitate that abortion. But then you just put a blanket statement and say, no, it's bad, religion condemns it, God doesn't like it, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And when I think about it for the American society, I'm like, if I were in power in a country like that, for example, I would rather put things in place to make sure people don't get pregnant anyhow responsibly, so you don't end up in this stage where you have to put your life at risk. But if you, like I said, if you think about it, the woman always ends up taking the sharpest. The man takes no sword. Maybe the best you could do as a man is give her money to go abroad. That's all you could do. You can make that money back. But the trauma that goes on in the life of that woman, it's just there for the remainder of her life. So I don't know. America is just a country that sometimes I look at it like, yeah, it's a country you should emulate, but most times it's just a confusing country. Seriously, I just wanted to chip that in. Since you live in America, I've lived there before, so it doesn't just make sense to me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that. So, hold on. Hold on a minute. Yeah, thanks, Dr. O. That was a beautiful perspective you came from. I just got a text message now from someone trying to pick a topic, and they're not even here. They're not here. I'm not sure if they're shy. I believe they're one of the anonymous listeners, but the person picked number 15. So now you sent me a DM to say number 15, but you're not here to even answer it. So how do we go about this? All right, so this is what I will do. I'll check number 15, and whoever is interested in talking about it can come up, and if you decide to join, that would be great. So number 15, 15. Oh, okay, this is interesting. I know the request button will go up now. Number 15 says, why are Africans divided because of Trump? Oh, wow. Okay, this is interesting.
You don't want to do politics in your podcast.
Yeah, so this topic came with different angles. So why are Africans divided because of Trump? So it comes in religious views, number one, sexuality views, number two, economical views, number three, and a messiah perspective. That's interesting. Okay, so let me note that down. Religious views, economical views, homosexuality views, Messiah. Okay, so it's not weighing into the politics aspect of it. So it's just the reasons why Africans are divided because of Trump. All right, so let me start by saying this. Okay, that's why I say beg, skip. So let me just say a lot of our Africans don't really understand who Donald Trump is, and they are in support of him based on their selfish interest. And the funny thing is that interest will never come through. And that's the fact. That what they are interested in about Trump will never come true. It doesn't regard even people in his own country to some extent. It doesn't regard Africa. It doesn't care about Africa. It does not. There is just a political affiliation and policies towards different countries. Trump doesn't care. He does not. How many African leaders were invited to his inauguration? How many? Let's start from there. How many Africans were, were invited to his inauguration? Name it. How many did you see in the videos? So it's not just the Nigerians. We have African countries, cheering up, happy and supporting Trump, and a lot of them are doing it simply because of his stance about homosexuality, which is hypocritical because his Secretary of State is gay, and they believe he's gonna come the first day and just ban homosexuality. He cannot ban it. That's the fact. In fact, right now they might be on the ground, but they are doing their lives. They're not going around hunting them or doing whatever. It's just simply saying male and female. That wouldn't change the fact that some persons they've done whatever sex change they want to do. In fact, there is a serious issue going on right now. Serious issue going on right now in the United States, and it's in the court because now we've had people that transgendered, right? And they're probably in prison. Now they are in the female section, they're in the female prison. But now that he signed that law, are they going to put them back in the male cell? There's a lot going on. People just saw the executive for that, man, but they don't know the reality on ground, what is actually going on. People don't know that. People don't know the nuances towards these executive orders. A lot of these orders are going to be revoked by Supreme Court, which they've already started doing. So it will now boils down to, I told you I was going to do it. Did I do it? Okay, I did it. Was it revoked or was it contested? Well, we never discussed that. He said he was going to do it. Did he do it? He did it. He did it, right? But contesting that, for instance, the whole birthright thing, he wrote, he signed an executive, a Supreme Court judge actually overruled that order. I think for how many, what was it, 90 days or something like that, so they can they can do their thing on it. So people don't understand a lot of things about this.
Jimmy, actually, I feel like saying something. Jimmy, can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Okay, and I think it was about it's just the last part because I don't want to talk about Trump, but the executive order is where I made it. I said the only thing it
You're
changes
muffling,
is it
Otuba, you're
changes the
muffling.
federal from my field. So when you're filling the
Otuba,
federal, wait, can
you're
you hear me?
muffling.
Can
We
you hear me
can't
now?
hear you properly.
Because I'm walking. Is it better now?
The network is actually very low. I can see the bar. It's just showing one bar.
Hold on.
But people on Twitter, can you hear
Because
him?
I'm outside.
Can you guys hear him?
No, Jimmy, his voice sounds like
Yeah.
he's taking some Columbia weed. Sorry.
Otumba Shotibo, did you hear what he said? Did you
I was walking and I mean
did you hear
I'm
what
walking. Can you hear
Rebecca
me now? Is
said?
it better or is this? You remind them.
He
I've not
said
had their weed
he
yet.
said it
I need to
sounds
try it.
like
I'm trying tomorrow.
he said you're sounding like someone that just had Columbia weed.
I have actually not tried it. I'm going to try it tomorrow. I brought my own pen. I brought my own vape pen. I've not tried it. I intend to try it tomorrow. I heard they have some good stuff. So I'll try this tomorrow. But I brought my vape pen. I brought my pen from the US. So is it better now or is it still bad?
It's okay. It's okay, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So here's the thing. I just want to laugh. And if your support for Trump was, and some people was the whole sounds with you. Okay, fine, I get it, whatever. And also like, oh, he signed the executive order on day one. And I said, people, you know what the executive order does? It changes, if you're filling your taxes or you're applying for a job, that form where they say gender. You know
Yeah.
what it does? It changes. Like for example, we had our devs do updates. That is, because we're a federal contractor. It
Mm-hmm.
changes the questions you ask on the form from you can no longer select before because on those forms you see okay FRO. cisgender, whatever. I mean, that's the conversation for another day. Because this is why I say I wish people interact with gay people. They're actually
Otuba, we're losing you. Otuba,
The number of conversations Otumba has for another day. Are we going to be in this world when people will be having them, when it's already ready to have them? I don't understand. Jimmy.
what did you say?
yeah. It seems.
So okay, let me wrap up. I need to go. I'm going up to my hotel room. Let me just okay. So to me, okay. So
Are
how
you
many
are you
things
on a
gay? Let's give it
knuckle
an
field?
example. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. You don't start. I know you do cocaine. I know you do cocaine.
All right, go ahead.
Just a weed lover.
Right.
So what he does, for example, the forms you fill, it changes the genders that show up on the form. Whether now it's just male or female. Before it
Mm,
used to be hetero, cis, what. See, the funny part of this conversation is even within the LGBTQ community, there's a debate about gender. There's a very hot debate themselves. Like I think, I have a friend who is married, that she's gay also, and she can't stand trans people. Like she this is the lie. She's like, yeah, do you know generally straight people put you on the same category. She's like, no. So all those things are performative. It can't. No one can stop trans people. You can't stop. So if you think the reason why you like him was because Trump will change all these things, you are just with you're wasting your time. He wasn't a president that made gay marriage legal. It was the Supreme Court. The only person that can go back and undo those things is the court.
yeah, that's
Supreme
correct.
Court. I think was it 2014 or 2012. It was a Republican-led court that made it legal. So, um, but I hate when we're talking about Trump because we're lightning rod. To me, I have two rules. If you can vote in America, I'm not even going to talk about the electoral duty. I'm not even
Of
going to.
course,
Now,
yeah.
if
That's
you can
the
vote, then I can have that conversation with you because then
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
different conversation.
I mean,
So,
yeah. I think that's a
it's a lightning
very
rod.
fair
It's a
view.
very and the whole Africa, I think.
Yeah, Otuba.
You
Otuba will
I have
losing
a
you.
I have a stadium to sell you in Cali. There's an airport I can sell you. Sorry, can you?
Otuba will losing you. Yeah,
Uh, sorry.
we're losing you.
I'll,
All right, thanks. Yeah, but I mean, I get your point. And on that last note, you said if you're not eligible to vote in America, then I cannot have this conversation with you. It's compelling, and I think that's a good way to even tolerate any of these topics pops up on social media. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of people. I just mute them and just move along. I mute them and move along. Um, I'm basically more interested in topics that will impact me and my family directly. Policies like gas price has gone up, groceries prices, they've gone up, they have gone up,
Ed has gone up today.
bro. I felt it when I bought gas the other day.
So,
I felt it, was it, I think yesterday or so. I bought gas and I was like, hold up, I spent more than a couple of dollars more than I used to. These are the impacts. It affects you naturally. Does it affect people in Nigeria that are shouting at Trump all the way? It doesn't. It's not going to change the fact that
Jimmy, well, and we're not even. He has not even put a 25% tariff on Mexico and
yeah.
Canada.
So
I think 60%,
what?
60% of our produce, 60% of our grocery produce comes
What's about we
where we
losing?
import comes from Canada.
Oh yeah,
You hear me now? I'm in my room now.
the 25% tariff is threatening Canada and
Yeah,
America. It's not
yeah.
realistic. It is
60%
not
of the oil
realistic.
we import is from Canada.
Ebi mapa.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, and the one that was making me laugh was this farmer. This farmer is a dairy. I think it's a dairy or poultry farmer.
the
And he was
poultry,
interviewing poultry farmer that was talking. He was like,
poultry
"Well,
and vegetable. poultry and
Yeah,
vegetable.
so the guy has a meat processing plant. I think it was in Wisconsin,
Yeah.
and he's a Trumper and voted for Trump. And in the interview, I was asking him that, oh, the deportation threats, is that not going to affect you? He said no. He said he doesn't. I don't believe Trump will do it. He was like,
Yeah,
why?
yeah, yeah. I saw it. I saw
Like,
it. Yeah, yeah. I saw
I
it. He
was
said
like,
he said he doesn't believe Trump
if
is
you,
gonna do all those things. He said he doesn't believe Trump is gonna do all those things. And the
yeah. So
interviewer
they
asked
asked me
him
why.
why.
Why?
And he said because
It,
in the next 2 days people will
we
die.
shut down. That's what used to make me laugh. People think Americans are going to take the Americans that will take $7-8 to work in poultry farms or pick
Yeah,
strawberries on the farm.
and that's the fact.
Are you where man? Is it, I don't know. Yeah,
The
this
guy said
conversation
it. The guy said it. The guy said,
is
and the interviewer asked him, "Why do you think Trump is not going to go by all these things he said he was going to do?" The guy said he's not going to do it because
no.
within two
And
days, America
the
is going to feel the hunger. There will be nothing on the shelves. There will be
and
no.
the funny part is, he's not the only one that thinks that way. I have a Nigerian group. It started as a soccer group where there's a bunch of us that grew up together when we was in high school. It's almost like split, half Republicans, half Democrats. My brother is a Trumper. And the funny thing is, they all believe that same line. Like, you cannot deport everybody like that. It's impossible. No,
Yeah.
because they themselves know the economic reality. That the reason why they're
And
dogs.
you know that has actually caused it has caused a huge fraction within their group. You know there are
Oh,
this
hey, Jimmy, I have energy. Sorry. You
huh?
won't vex. I have energy now. You don't vex. The one I want to attack is the one I've been making fun of is the Nigerians. They were Nigerians that voted for Trump because their argument was Trump will cancel H1B1 and then remote job will open again. And they laughed there. I said that beyond there. You know why they laughed them? Because there's some people that was the only. I literally have people, Nigerians in tech, that their only rational explanation was, hey,
Yeah, yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, during COVID,
Yep,
the reason why I have so
yep,
many multiple jobs was because
yep,
of COVID.
yep.
So when the whole H1B1 debate, I was like, wait a minute, these guys are billionaires and millionaires. When have billionaires ever done things in the interest of the masses?
Of the
At the
masses.
end of the day, we're a capitalistic country. The goal is to make the most profit possible.
The
So
cheap labor. Cheap
if
labor.
rather than pay an American-born engineer $200,000 for a role, I can get someone in India and give him a 6-year visa and pay
Bro.
him, which is what Elon uses in his Tesla factories,
Yep.
right?
Not just
I
Elon,
can
a
pay
lot of them.
instead of
Google, Facebook,
yes.
Microsoft. That is
So
what they do.
So instead of me paying him $200,000, which the American market demands, and healthcare and all that, I can bring this guy from India that will bring his wife, his parents, and pay him 120,000. He's gonna take it. Do you know why? Because what was he earning in India before? He
In
was probably
India.
earning.
And these are aggressively energetic people that they
Yes.
want to work.
I just if the argument was to me, H1B1 is actually. I wish Nigerian politicians had sense, which is a conversation on another day. It's something you can actually lobby for because what it does is you can some people say it's brain drain, it's not, whichever way you put it. What it does is it puts pressure on your domestic market to actually take care of those engineers. Because
Yeah.
guess what? If I'm an engineer in Nigeria or in India, and I'm telling you I have this qualification, and you don't want to pay me, okay, don't pay me what I'm worth. Guess what? America won't pay me what I want in America, but they will pay me what I want more than what I'm worth in India. So it's the same billionaires. And the inauguration video is the funniest one. This man ran against the establishment. Wait, listen. He said the establishment is screwing everybody. He's going to drain the swamp. Jimmy, the front row of his inauguration, of his guests, do you know who filled that front rows? They're billionaires. Who the hell is the establishment? I thought he was here to fight the establishment. The establishment. So,
It's
you
here
know
to
how?
fight the oligarchs.
Wait,
Oligarchy.
so it's always Bill Gates is a corrupt person. Do you know whoever among Bill Gates? Everybody says Bill Gates' agenda is world population, to reduce world population and all these things.
Yeah.
Did Microsoft write a check to Trump's inauguration? They did.
Oh yeah,
Jeff Bezos.
1 million. Yeah, 1 million. Facebook
So
1
guess
million.
what? The same billionaires that you are the establishment that the corrupt Democrats are protecting. The same establishments that occupy on Trump's inauguration. His cabinet sat behind placement matters. When you are doing sitting arrangements,
Of course.
whether a wedding or something, there's people you want to put in front.
Yep.
You
Yep.
put
Yeah.
CEO of Apple.
People don't understand these things. They don't understand that they are strategically placed for
Wait,
you to know how close they have to him.
listen. Do you know his net worth is gone up almost $11 billion
Of course.
from when they elected him till about 2 days ago?
What are
The
you saying?
first thing he did before lowering the price of eggs was to run a crypto scam and make 11 billion, dude. And he was here to fight the masses and help the poor man. Yeah, there. See, it's the same thing. There's one guy that wrote a long thread. You know how we used to do to it's not APC space. We used to say obedience don't help, bats, whatever. Too much they're doing it. So there's this guy that his wife got a VA job, and she was supposed to work for the government. She was supposed to be a nurse. They spent all their money to move from Waco to somewhere. She was supposed to start. She's in the Trump now. She was supposed to start this Monday. Trump with his blanket, DEI, whatever, just throws off federal hiring. I'll send you guys. The guy that made a long post. He reminded me of when APC people used to go attack black people that they are so free to die. So come and help them. The guy that made up was like, he's supposed to be a Trump man. I didn't believe
I saw that. I saw that tweet. I saw that tweet. I was picking my tweets with F4 when I saw Bere. Hey,
we have our
guys just started,
we have our problem.
and the guy was calling out saying he supported Trump, all his family are Trumpers, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know, the most interesting part of this is this: when this whole madness was going on, right? There is this guy called Mario Norfolk. He hosts spaces, MAGA spaces back to back, and when he does host these spaces, you see the collection of different people from different walks of life, different races, they come together, and you will see our Nigerians there getting indoctrinated by the MAGAs, just taking in everything they just spew. They just taking it in. They were noting down things, they were jotting things down, they were writing things that they will use on, our own Nigerian spaces to defend Trump and doing all sorts. Elon actually joined their spaces a couple of times, and when push came to shove, now they are divided. They are even threatening to sue themselves. Elon was indirectly telling them, go F yourself. HB workers, and we'll keep doing it. There is nothing we can do about it. We'll keep doing it. And this guy started attacking Elon. This wasn't what we signed up for. We're fighting against the people coming in to take our jobs, and now you're saying this. And they started bringing out information on the amount of people he hired on 8B2 visas. They were bringing everything out. They were listing everything. Then, you know what? Elon started banning them,
What he did for Twitter now? Remember when he took over X and just he laid off half the employees?
He was demonetizing them, banning them, shadow banning them, doing all sort of things. It was just, he kept on just using his power. And now those ones, they've come together. They've broken into two now. They've come together.
There's the Steve Bannon faction. There's the Steve Bannon faction. Those ones. Yeah, which is I never even used to. Vivek. They've kicked Vivek out. Vivek was supposed to run Dodge with him.
Of course. Now we say
India out there.
You wrote a statement recently that
India out there. No, this is white.
Ohio. He said he wants to run for Ohio governor.
He cannot.
Vivek was actually humiliated on live TV. Racism is part of my topic.
And Coulter, yeah, totally.
He was called out on a national TV on an interview, and this white lady was saying, "Oh yeah, I love you, Vivek."
Coulter, I would never vote for you because you're Indian. Yeah,
because you're Indian. My goodness, bro.
No, he can win. He has to change his name like Nikki. I don't know if anyone remembers Bobby Jindal. He used to be the president. He used to be governor of Louisiana. Bobby made his first. He was governor of Louisiana for one point. Bobby made his name. He made his name Bobby. Then Nikki, when Nikki became governor in South Carolina, it's Nikki Haley. If Nikki is Nikki Kaka is Vivek has to go through that transformation.
He has to. But the point is this. the racism thing happened so soon that it was almost unbelievable. Like, no one, we knew it was going to happen at a point in time, but no one knew it was going to happen that
What
soon.
amazed me is the Google search spike for the difference between Obamacare and Affordable Care Act.
Oh
That
my
one it broke my soul.
bro.
It broke my
That's another
people
view
did
of
not
the
know that.
game.
See, I said America were a third world country with Gucci bag
So bro,
and a big
that
banner.
shows another level of racism going on, because when Obamacare came out, a lot of this Republican, they kicked it, against it, because obviously most of them, they have private, hospitals and
Even
pharmacies and all
though
these
no,
things
even
that
though
they
his
spend
plan,
millions.
he copied his plan from Mitt Romney. It was Mitt Romney's plan. No? It was
Yeah,
Mitt
it
Romney when
did.
he
But
did that.
whichever way you want to put it, the point is it helps the masses, right? It prevents people from spending, a huge amount on medical bills and all that. So just because they consider him a black guy, right? A lot of people found it offensive to actually address it as Obamacare, right? That's another level of racism. So now they came up with another name for it: affordable care.
No, wait, no. You have it. So let me explain it. Actually, the plan itself is called the Affordable Care Act because they wanted to give it a bad name, because they wanted to hate it, rather than call it Affordable Care Act. Instead, call it Obamacare, which does two things. It you without you even listening to the details of the healthcare plan. So, for example, let me put a
So
spin on it.
wait. So it was
It's
affordable care first
act.
before Obamacare.
It was never Obamacare is a nickname. Obamacare doesn't exist in the federal government. It's Affordable Care Act. If you look at the act that was passed when Obama was president, I think it was 2008 with the auto bill. It was first the auto bailout was the first bill he did, and then he did the Affordable Care Act, which they actually scaled it down. It was lucky to pass by 60 Democrats. Democrats had 60 senators then. It's Affordable Care Act. That's the name. But you know how Yoruba say, if you want to hang a dog, give it a bad name. The Republicans went on TV and started calling it Obamacare. The government, if you look at any court judgment, it's ACA, it's the Affordable Care Act. So, for example, just imagine if Peter Obi was president and Peter Obi made universal health care, for example. Peter Obi sent a bill to say universal health care. But I want Agbado, just because they know it's good, but they want people to hate it, they should not call it Emeka Healthcare. You have
Oh,
your
Gregory
so you
Healthcare.
now have Yorubas that maybe due to misinformation or just borderline bigotry, rather than even take the time and the energy to research what is in this care plan. I want you to be health care. Wow, what we should do health care. That so that name stops you from even going deeper to even do
No,
okay.
to understand
What is in
the
it? What
benefit,
is in it? Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
of
so
the
Obamacare is not. There's no court doc. It's a nickname or a pseudonym people call it. It's like let me see.
so now a lot of them are now finding out that
It's the same thing.
Obamacare is the same thing as
It's the same
Affordable
thing.
Act,
Yes,
and
which they
what
are
they were
on.
doing was they were cheering when they said they were going to abolish it. They
It's
were
going to
cheering
repeal.
up.
So the way Republicans talk,
Yeah,
they talk about it. Trump and one thing I see, even though I can't stand his politics, one thing I love about that guy is he understands how to communicate to the uneducated. Trump knows how to use. Trump is skilled, which is something Democrats have to learn from. Trump is skilled at using very simple words to describe issues. So, a Democrat will come and talk about, oh, I want the Affordable Care Act to do this. It's gonna be if insurance and employers won't have the right. They'll just use the big words and when in a country where almost half of the electorate is non-college educated, which
yeah,
where people don't understand. So he
it's
will
not.
just come and say Obamacare is going to be gone. It's horrible. Sir, why is Obamacare bad? He's not telling you why.
Yeah,
But
but I mean, and then again, it doesn't
your
even have
brain,
mentality. They
their
have
brain.
a concept of a plan.
But when you already have a Disney for Obama, and I come and tell you that I'm going to abolish Obamacare, every research ends. No, I don't. It's the same way. Okay, let me flip it. Um, ah, if it is hard to. Okay, look at the Tinubu tax plan. Regardless of how you feel about it, I've actually read it. I've read whatever they put online. Um, it's a tax plan that I actually, which is, it sounds crazy. I can see people proposing the same. Because see, forget the intention of what they will use the plan to do is different. You see what I'm saying? What the plan says on paper
Oh,
makes
you
sense.
mean the tax
Yeah, yeah,
plan,
yeah.
the
Now,
division,
how
and
they
how they're
how they
going
will
to be
enforce it?
sharing it?
Yeah, how they will enforce it is
Yeah, I've
bullshit.
seen that one.
It's BS. But if you take out the APC and if you just look at the plan and say just pretend someone neutral wrote that plan, it's not a bad tax plan. It's not a bad tax plan. But
No, it's
because
not. It's not.
but
It's
because
not.
our brain we've latched on to the fact that so even if it does anything that is remotely decent, we cannot agree with it because by what from the last 3-4 years, which we have a right to feel that way. We
Yeah,
feel it's
but then again, the way at which he came into power is not even.
exactly. So
I mean,
regardless of
I personally knew that the plan was a good plan. The tax something was a good one, but I just decided not to mention it. Even if he's doing the right thing, our job is to keep
exactly,
meeting
but
him, and that's the role of an opposition. You keep telling he's not doing enough, but if you
exactly.
look deeply on that plan, because I see no reason why you guys don't want to consume alcohol in the north, but you want to share the money. The
Yes.
hypocrisy behind that is just off the chart. So I think the tax reform plan is a beautiful one. It is a beautiful, but simply because
The person that
of
is doing
who
it,
he is.
how he got in the office. Yes.
I and I decided not to even talk about it
And
because
even me, I won't vote for it. If I won't vote for it.
systematically, logically, it's a beautiful plan.
Yes, but
I
out
was
of
shocked
spite,
when I listened
out
to
of
it. Yeah.
spite, out
I
of
was
spite, I
like,
vote
and
against it.
from an
I vote against it.
opposition perspective,
Yeah.
no, I don't want to go for that. So, but yeah, thanks for jumping in towards that, and I had to bring that up because it has to do with race and the fact that Africans look at these things from a different point of view. Kaineke, I saw you. You come. You can come back up if you wish. Metaphor, I see you. Thanks for joining. Dr. Ho, you wanted to say something. We're coming to the end of it. We should be ending the next 1 hour. We have a couple of numbers left to be picked. If anyone is interested in doing that, just let me know. Alright, Chick, you came up on TikTok. You dropped. You actually meant to go next before Metaphor, but if you would still like to do that, you can come up. Tudo, I see you. I know you're busy as we discussed, but if you still have the chance, you can come up as well before I wrap up. Metaphor, welcome. Jump in. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, Jimmy. How are you doing and your family?
Not bad. We're doing
well.
good. We're alive and well.
Okay. Well, let me take number 3.
Number three. Number three. Right there. Number 3. What does it say? Ooh, this is an interesting one. It says sex education. What should young adults know before committing? Sex education. What does young adult need to know before committing, and at what age do you reckon is reasonable enough to educate our kids sexually, to be sexually aware, and to educate them about sexual activities?
Okay, well, like I usually tell my son, my son is a teenager now.
How old?
My son is 14 years old.
Wow.
Yes, and I had already started talking to him about sex because I wanted him to get an insight.
You have a daughter, right?
I beg your pardon?
You have a daughter?
Yes, I do have a daughter too.
Okay, I'm going somewhere towards that. So, sorry, before you go on, I just want to elaborate so you can spread it more for that, because I have some people talk about if you're a single dad, do you put yourself in a position of educating your daughter about sex education, or you leave that job for your wife to do? So, what if you're a single father of 2 in a situation whereby maybe the mom is not is unalived? How do you go about that? So it's basically the topic is basically let me see. The topic is basically talking about sex education, what should young adults know? So let me just list out that point so you can know how to approach it. As a single father, how do you handle the boy and the girl? As a father, how do you handle the boy? So let's start with these two, and you're already on to as a father, how do you handle the boy? Then after that, we come to the next one. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what I try to instill in my son is emotional balance. I've always told him that before he starts engaging in such, he should have emotional balance. And what I mean by that is where he's able to align his logic with his emotions. And I've always tried to instill that there are times for anything, time to engage in such activities, and time to not engage in such activities. That such activities at this point in his life is not relevant, as in it's not important. Those are things that he can enjoy later in life. So I've always tried to instill that emotional stability is very important. First, that if he's able to gain balance, it's like a child trying to walk. They start by crawling, and then suddenly, I saw my children walk. I remember when I first saw my son walk. He just stood up. He stood up and he was looking around. He's been crawling. Okay. And he just stood up one day and he was looking around, and suddenly he just lifted his left leg, and but he had been crawling for a while, and he has been watching his parents walking around. So one day he just got up and lifted his left leg, and that's how he started. So I will try to instill that it takes a process. First, he needs to learn emotional balance, so that he's able to control his emotions. If he's able to master his emotions, then things like that are easy for him to control, because they are emotional matters, really. So
you can say you have a strong relationship with you and your son, right?
Yes, because I think I'm his immediate role model.
And he tells you he shares things with you, right?
Yeah, he has a girlfriend.
Okay, so did he tell you the first? Did he tell you the first time he had wet dreams?
No.
Okay.
He's not told me anything about that. Although we talk about we've talked about sex a few times, and I've told him that this is an exciting experience as a young boy growing up into a man, but this is not important right now. That the most important thing for him is to learn emotional balance. Once he's able to control his emotion, then it will be easy, for him to handle such kind of things, and he should use the age that he has now growing up to learn to control his emotions. And I hope that that goes a long way with him, because I think every stage of our development, from a child to, for instance, from a boy to a man, there are several stages. I had that experience because I was a boy once. I was a boy before I became a man, yes. So I recognize the stages that I went through from one stage to the other, and I remember how my senses grew and how my values changed as I grew older. And I told myself that it's important, based on my experience. I remember that I had to learn emotional balance, to control my emotion before I stepped into another stage where I want to engage in something that it does require a lot of feelings and emotions. So to answer your question, that question, Jamie, I think in sex education, I think it's essential, and I'm drawing from my own experience. I think it's essential to teach the children emotional balance first. Because sex really is about feelings and emotions. Sexuality with the opposite sex is really about feelings. And if you're able to control your feelings and emotions, then you can apply apply logic in the matter where it needs to be applied. For instance, I've always told if you're able to apply logic in the matters where it needs to be applied, in this emotional feeling thing, you know that this is not something you need to do now because there are consequences. For instance, if you get a woman pregnant, that's a lot of responsibility at his age that he cannot handle. So I get to teach him all this. And I think it's important to start teaching your children these things from their teenage age, from once they hit the teens. Yes, well, you're not going to talk about it, you're still little. But for my son, I told him from a teenage age, parents should start talking to their children about this. And I think they should start from helping them to understand how it's important to handle their feelings, handle their emotions. They're able to control their emotions, and feelings. They'll be able to really handle, the sex and all that. Because it's really, handling the matters of an opposite sex, because it's really about an emotional thing. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you've made some good points. So we never had that opportunity of getting oriented sexually by a parent or guardian or people older than us, and it's a beautiful thing that we discuss these things now because it's quite educational and how we can guide ourselves and knowing how to put our younger ones, our kids, on the right path. So many of us, we never had any sexual orientation. In fact, a lot of us, it was through blue films that we got to understand what sex is all about. And I'm being honest with you, and we never had that mindset of the biological aspect of it, biological part of how to actually engage sexually. It was through our blue films, right? And maybe one uncle and auntie. These are people that we've been abused morally. We never even paid attention to these things, and I prevent that from happening to. I used my bad experiences to educate people within my within my vicinity. My younger brother, he schools in Chicago here, blood brother, same father, same mother. I built a strong relationship with him whereby I made sure he shares everything with me, no matter how nasty it is, no matter how troubling it might sound, no matter how stupid it might sound. He told me when he met a girl, and before that, I had to school him on some things because most of us, besides the sexual part, we're not well brought up. We don't know how to handle alcohol. Most of us. Bodasule Rawani Coke, Guinness. After Bodasule drinks the Guinness, we'll just empty Amarugumu. That was how we got exposed to alcohol. Bodasule will send us cigar, Lora cigar, antiramota, and you see them smoke and they throw the leftover amoku cigar, they throw it on the ground. And you just watch. When nobody's there, you just pick it up. You go to one corner, light it, then you try it out yourself. These are the things we did while growing up. I introduced my younger brother to alcohol. And what happened that day, I had my lovely wife made snail, and there must have been leftover shell, and I accidentally cut my tongue. And you know what it is with tongue? It's very slippery, watery, and it's difficult to stop bleeding. I was bleeding endlessly. So I had a bottle of vodka in my little bar. And it's been there for over 4 years. I drink occasionally, not heavily, not all the time. I told him to bring the bottle. And he did. He brought the bottle, and I wanted to gargle. I wanted to rinse my mouth with a very tiny amount of it. So the moment I pour it, it was perceiving the smell. It was a Russian alcohol. It was perceiving the smell, and his face changed. So I took some. I just wop it up, and I spat it out. And I asked him, "Have you ever had vodka ever?" He said, "No, I have not." And I poured a little bit in a cup, and I gave it to him. I said, "Try it out." And he sipped it. And he was like, "Oh, yuck, that is disgusting." I said, "Yeah, That's, yeah, that is disgusting. But yeah, people drink that and they don't even frown their faces. That is how people show how macho they are, manly they are. And guess what? If he had tried that in front of his friends, they will bully him. They will belittle him. They'll be like, "Oh, you're still a baby. Look at your mouth." Ah, and they will just grab the cup from him. They'll down it and be like, they'll come up with straight face. They want to show you that they are bigger than you. They're stronger than you. They can take things that you cannot take. And for you to show that you're not a baby, you tell them to give you the cup and they'll pour it more. You pour it yourself in a more larger quantity. You're like, before you know what is going on, you're high, you're drunk. You don't know how to control yourself. At that point in time, you're vulnerable. And I told him, that is what people take in their system when you see them in parties, in club. Do not be influenced by that. You've tasted it, you know what it tastes like. Don't let them bully you to drinking it or trying it. If they pour it in front of you, just tell them, "Oh yeah, I've tried it before. I just don't like it." It's your thing. You've shown a level of maturity. You've let them know how it tastes. You can even describe it to them. And they'll just accept you that way, that okay, maybe you don't like drinking. Otherwise, you will be under peer pressure to show them how masculine you are, how macho you are, and you get yourself drunk, and they can even hurt you at that point in time. That is when it comes to alcohol. The sexual part. I took him to one of the grocery stores around me, and I showed him, look at that baby diaper. You see how much they're selling it? Yeah. You're going to be buying that a couple of times in a week. And the cost of that is going to be coming out from your salary, even though you've not even started working. So now imagine having a child. And that child uses, because each diaper comes in different pack. You have the one for 80 packs. I mean, you can get from Costco. They have over 100 packs. So the bigger it is, the more expensive it is. So on average, a child, maybe 4 or 5 times a day, average. Many of them use more than that. But on average, let's say 5 in a day. 5. Times that by 30 days in a month. That will give you an idea of how many diapers you need. And based on that, you figure out how much you will be keeping aside for a diaper that will last your kid for 1 month. That's just a diaper. Then the wipes. You need to put that into consideration. In fact, you use more wipes than diapers. You put that into consideration, you write it out. Clothing. They grow like mad and fast. They grow fast. And we go to food, baby food. My people here in America, you know GABA. Doesn't come cheap. You need to put all these things into consideration. And you realize that as a man, when you work, you go 9 to 5, you hustle out. And you know that money, when you make that money, no matter how much you make, if you're making $5,000 a month, you're going to pay your house rent, car bills, or mortgage, or whatever, you list all those things out. And you end up realizing maybe $500 is left for you. So imagine having $5,000 and you spend everything on your family and you just have $500 to yourself. That is a huge responsibility. And are you ready to face that right now? That's because you don't even have a job. You don't have a job. So these things are important for us to get into and teach our younger ones, our kids. And as you said, your son is 14. At what age did you educate him sexually? Was it when he turned 14? Was it when he turned 7, 8, 9? Because trust me, the kids we giving birth to these days, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's evolution. My goodness, they are smarter than you can ever imagine. Their level of absorptions, by which they absorb information and decimate information, is unprecedented. The way they handle iPad, and you'll be wondering, who taught you? So their nervous systems smarter than ours. I don't know, maybe it's an injection they get from birds. I know they give them one injection under their feet. I don't know if that has to do with anything, but I've come to realize that they display a different form of intellect compared to African kids, because I've had my aunties and uncles come back to Nigeria to visit us with their kids, and you hear them talking, and the local kids will just gather with their hands in their bag like, "Kinin we, kinin so." What does it say? You know, besides the accent, they are amazed the way they carry themselves, the way they articulate their words, and the way they talk, the way they do their things. So, at what age do we think it's okay to educate our kids sexually, both male and female? And as I said earlier on, it is the mother's duty to handle the female child. As a matter of fact, I know some of us have female kids, and the father changes his diaper every now and then. There will be a particular time.
So Jimmy, what if it's a single father?
That's
the mother's duty to handle.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. So
I wanted to ask Meta for you.
yeah, I actually asked him that question, but I'm not sure if there's a problem, maybe network problem, but I'm guessing it's gonna come back. But I asked him that question and that was why I said, I asked him, do you have a female child? And he said yes. So I know at a point in time the father might be doing the diaper changing from infant and all that. It will get to a point where the mother is going to start taking over and the father should stop changing diapers. At what age should that happen? And that's one question on the side. The other question is, what if it's a single dad with a female child? Maybe the mother passed away at a point in time. At what age is that father going to stop changing the girl's diaper, and who's going to take over from there? Is this reasons why some father get to have companion or someone to come support them or whatever? These are little things we ignore within the society. So who does that job? So at what age does a mother start talking to the daughter about sex education? Can the father talk to a daughter about sex education? What do you think about that? I think it should be allowed, maybe in the presence of the mother, because men can put themselves in a position whereby they know how to go after girls, they know how to go after ladies, they know the lines they drop. The father can just hint the girl, the daughter, don't let them sweet talk you, you're my baby, you're my angel, no matter what anybody tells you. You reaffirm your daughter all the time. You tell them things that guys out there won't use to woo them. You show them love. You say things that let them know, even when they tell them, I was like, yeah, I know, whatever. My daddy tells me that. And that is number one. So we're here to discuss that. It's sad metaphor dropped, but I love that question. He picked number 3, I guess, right? I think, yeah, number 3. At what age should we discuss sex with our kids? And he answered it perfectly based on his own understanding with his son, which is very great. And I used the opportunity to explain not just sex, including alcohol. It is important, but the most important thing is, at what age should we start doing these talks? At what age should we do this talk with a male child? At what age with a female child? The female child, is it before she starts seeing a menstrual period? And are you that close to your daughter that they tell you these things? Are you in a position whereby your daughter can be that open to you to tell you, things that she's going through, that her body is going through. If she has a boyfriend, do you have that relationship with your daughter? These are important things we should pay close attention to, because all the things we've mentioned earlier on, it starts from things like this, the whole abortion thing and every other topic. It starts from things like this. We need to pay close attention to them. So welcome, my brother. I see you on the speaker section. Dr. Ho, your question was directed to Metaphor, but he's not here. I'm not sure if he's going to come back, but yeah, that was a beautiful point you brought up. So having said that, I think we should let Tudo jump in, take a number. We'll probably start wrapping up. How you doing, my brother? Jump in.
Off the cuff.
Thank you. Zudo, welcome. How you been?
I did, man. How about?
Great. Alive and well, bro.
Yeah. So, yeah, sorry, it's been a busy day.
Oh yeah, I am aware of that. Thanks.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk. What did I miss?
Man, you've missed a lot. A lot of the people don't pick topic. Man, don't worry. You listen to the full.
No, I did. I was even though I was in and out. I was listening.
Yeah. The full edition we put up on YouTube. By the end of tomorrow, latest. For anyone that wants to listen. But I love the fact that it contains different topics. People picked different topics and they dived into different topics based on their own knowledge and experience. It was beautiful. I learned a lot. Otumba, Dr. Ho, Integrity, Metaphor, and who else? A couple of people, picked topic, and Zairi. Yeah, it was a beautiful.
I listened to that exchange as well.
It was a beautiful. And Otumba is on fire today, man. It's been weighing in on every topic, and he's coming with compelling arguments. Yeah, go ahead.
Give me a second. I'm gonna switch from my phone to my laptop. Just.
Oh, okay, no problem. You want to bully me with your mic, Abby? All right. I'm ready for you. Come up, bring it on. I'm ready for you. Come up with the mic. I'm ready for you. All right. Thanks, guys, for joining. While we wait for Tudo, let me grant Otumba's music requests.
Yeah, Jimmy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Tudo, I can hear you now.
I wasn't intending to pull. I just wanted to free up my phone because
You want to bully me with your mic, have you?
No, I just work stuff. So because I joined from my phone initially, so
okay,
it's better this way.
All right. Let's have it. Okay, so let me do this real quick. We've got number 9, 13, 8, 14, 16, 10, and 12. I think you're the last person to pick a number, actually. So, and we'll go with Otumba's song.
Let's do 9.
9
sounds good. Why does 9 sound good? Doctor O, I greet you in the name of the Lord. Which of the Lord? The one and only. Our Lord. The one and only. The one and only is the Ubabel, right? Zeus. Anyways, Jimmy, I'm here. What's up?
So, what number did you pick again?
9 is fine.
Number 9. 9. Okay, it says societal judgment on premarital sex, stigma, acceptance, or indifference.
What read it again? societal judgment on premarital sex.
Yeah, societal judgment on premarital sex. Is it a stigma to you? Is it acceptance, or you're indifferent about it? What is your view towards premarital sex? That's basically what it's saying.
Yeah, I mean, give us your previous life.
Do you think it's a stigma? Welcome, Karigo. I see you, my brother. Do you think it's a stigma?
Now that Lord way to the top, make a request for Mike.
Oh Lord.
Well, I was that now. Whenever we have Karigo in the room,
I want to hear your answer about premarital sex.
Like you don't know already.
I have told him to give us his previous life experience.
We want your previous life experience.
Exactly, that's what I want. Previous life.
Today's off the cuff. These people want to bully me.
Oh yeah.
How this is gonna go?
Oh well, they're in the speaker section. Yeah, so I think I'll allow it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, look. Premarital sex. This is part of what I hammer on all the time. You guys know already on our spaces that we've had, our religious spaces. So I don't have any rules or whatever right now against it. I think most of the time for our generation, I think religion has played a major role in defining what people believe about premarital sex, unfortunately. So if you ask Nigerians, Christians, let me speak to the Christians, which is roughly 100 million people, that's a whole lot. Their views on premarital sex, whatever they say, it's going to be coming from the religious perspective. Oftentimes, it's only a very negligible minority that will just discard their religious upbringing and just be like, look, this is, I just tell you what they think or just whatever. Even the religious people too, they still do it, but not without the guilt that goes with it. So oftentimes, because you've heard that so many times, the thing. So even as you're doing it, that guilt is there for many of them. But to answer your question directly, I am indifferent about it. I don't see it as a right or wrong thing. I don't have a problem with two consenting adults engaging in pleasurable, mutually beneficial sex. There is no law in the universe that says that is wrong. There's no law. The only law that exists is the one that we create. Okay? If you go all the way back to our ancestors, I don't mean culturally, I mean biologically, now evolutionary, whatever. They were having animalistic butt naked sex. And that is a fact. In fact, that was how we got here.
And I'm very sure too, though, they will be having that kind of one where cock go pursue him.
I mean, yeah, what you said. so imagine them at that time. Imagine there was no Bible, there was no Quran, there was no ancient text to tell them do it this way, don't do it that way. You know, they were just being themselves. And now we've come to the time where we've now made rules about these things. Even if you fast forward to our ancestors, African heritage, I think they were more relaxed with these things. They were more relaxed. They had societal customs and rules, of course, but they were more relaxed. There was no religious inclination. I don't think the gods were necessarily saying the kinds of things that the gods of the Bible or whatever he's saying today. So
sorry, Tudo.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. I gotta go. There's an accident. An accident just happened. I am so yeah. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Sorry guys, I gotta go. An accident just happened now. I need to attend to that real quick. Oh my goodness.
I hope everything is okay, bro.
Yes.
Is it your kids or anyone?
Yeah.